is to investigate the Biden administration's decision to cancel border barrier contracts and the negative impacts on local contractors and communities. Canceling border contracts has led to a substantial waste of resources, taxpayer funds, and time. Today, our subcommittee will investigate this decision and its effects on the American communities and businesses that have been impacted. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Well, welcome to the Subcommittee on Border Security and Enforcement and Subcommittee on Oversight. There are two subcommittees that are joined to address this important matter, and we'll have two panels before us today. This joint hearing is to examine the effectiveness of the border barrier system and the effects of the Biden administration's cancellation of border wall contracts on the safety and security of the American people. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today, some of which traveled extensively to join us to discuss this important topic. Simply put, physical barriers work to deter and delay any form of criminal intent. In areas along the southwest border where there is some kind of physical barrier, illegal border crossings have decreased by up to 87%. From fiscal year 2017 to fiscal year 2020, during the construction of the border barrier system we'll be discussing today, the Department of Homeland Security never reported more than 1 million yearly encounters of illegal aliens at the southwest border. The border barrier system also allows Customs and Border Protection agents to respond and to detect threats or breaches using surveillance technology in place along the barrier instead of relying on manned patrol and other limited surveillance efforts. This is why earlier this year I introduced the Finish the Wall Act, requiring the Biden administration to resume construction of the border barrier system. In the 2.5 years since President Biden was inaugurated, there have been more than 5 million illegal border crossings and over 1.5 million gotaways, criminal runner gotaways. If this trend continues, the Biden administration is expected to reach nearly 2.5 million alien encounters at the southern border by the end of September for this year alone. The truth of the matter is that my colleagues and friends across the aisle find it difficult to deny that walls work. In fact, there's a long history of bipartisan congressional support in securing the border using physical barriers, such as fencing, innovative technologies, all-weather access roads, and lighting. Many of my colleagues across the aisle, including some members currently on this committee, have voted in favor of the Secure Defense Act of 2006. This has long been a bipartisan understanding that physical barriers work and they're integral to effective security of any perimeter. So certainly our sovereign southern border is no exception to that simple fact. And until recent years, it's been clearly understood and accepted beyond the political divisions that we face that physical barriers work. Unfortunately, when President Biden paused and eventually canceled all border wall construction projects in 2021, he demonstrated to the American people that he would prefer to engage in partisan politics over prioritizing our nation's sovereignty and our national security and deterring those who break our laws by conducting illegal activity at our southern border. Fencing and border wall construction has ceased to be a bipartisan security tool, and the American people are suffering for the sake of this political posturing. In addition to the human costs of these cancellations, It is apparent this administration did not stop and think about the consequences and the impacts that cancellation of border barrier projects would have on American small businesses who had a contract for and had completed work on the border wall system. One of our witnesses here today, Jim DeSortley, his company was hired in 2019 by the federal government to conduct work on the border barrier system. To this day, Jim's company, Lone Star Pipes, has yet to receive any payment or reimbursement for the work that they did. Another witness with us today, Mr. Russell Johnson, was a former Border Patrol agent, returned to ranching along the New Mexico border. As border wall construction expanded, he and his family saw illegal traffic pushed to other sections of the border without a wall, showing that the border wall system is a force multiplier so that the United States Border Patrol can focus agents in areas where a wall might not be logical or possible. Border Patrol agents and the recently retired Chief of Border Patrol, Raul Ortiz, have repeatedly stressed the importance of the border wall for the Border Patrol to do its job. The border wall system should not and did not, prior to the recent years, was not used as a partisan issue. But over the past few years, every detail of border security has become a political playground, including paying our contractors for work that's already been done. As American citizens, American companies that engage in good faith and contractual agreements with the United States government and perform their work and have not been paid. It's shameful. Completing the border wall system is critical to our nation's safety, security, and sovereignty. We, the people, demand a resolution to this crisis. Order must be restored, and this is the first step. I now recognize the ranking member, my colleague, Mr. Correa, the gentleman from California, for his opening statement.
Chairman Higgins and Chairman Bishop, I want to thank you both for holding this most important hearing. And I'm glad that we all agree here today that we need to secure our borders. I don't, however, believe that building a wall is the best way to achieve that. The wall is a Bill Clinton-era project from 30 years ago. But the challenges today look very different than they did 30 years ago. I think the question before us is, what we have to be asking ourselves is, does a border wall fit into the challenges that we are seeing today? Our world has changed since Bill Clinton and since post-COVID-19. Many here in this room actually voted to end the COVID-19 public health emergency, thereby ending Title 42. These same individuals predicted the demise of chaos at the border, which is yet to materialize. Because the reality is, after Title 42 went out, Title 8 has been imposed, and Title 8 has with it severe criminal sanctions against immigrants who cross between ports of entry. And this administration has in place a policy that does deter people from crossing between ports of entry. And let me be clear, I don't agree with that policy. But it's hard to argue with the facts and the numbers. The numbers are challenges at the border have dropped. Those numbers have dropped since the ending of Title 42. And it didn't take building a wall to make that happen. The world today, bottom line, the world today is experiencing a migratory crisis, a refugee crisis like we've never seen in the history of this world. And I have to reiterate, the challenges that we face today require worldwide solutions, not regional solutions. And let's be clear as well, the wall is not preventing migrants from coming to the United States, but rather the wall is directing migrants to cross in more remote and dangerous areas of the border. And it's no surprise then that the Border Patrol has seen more deaths and assisted in more rescues as a result of this policy. We've also seen more injuries, traumatizing families, and costing our hospitals millions of dollars. And as we will hear today from our witnesses, a local hospital in San Diego sector has witnessed an unprecedented increase in traumatic brain injuries and spinal injuries from border wall falls since 2019. To address border security, we need to address the push factors that are driving people to move north. No one wants to pick up and leave their homes and families. I ask you, if thousands of families are willing to trek through the dangerous Darien Gap to get to the United States, like the little girl in this photo behind me, you really think that a wall is going to stop a family from going north? Of course it won't. And that's why we need partnerships with Mexico and countries like in Latin America and Central America. This following chart shows the magnitude of the refugee challenge we're facing just in this region alone. And countries south of the border are stepping up to help us. Colombia, for example, has taken in 2.5 million refugees. Others, like Guatemala, are allowing new migrant processing centers to be established in Guatemala. And Mexico is also hosting thousands of refugees in Mexico. The wall never will help with cooperation in the region. Refugees are not just our problem or their problem. Refugees are our collective challenge and opportunity. Today, we are seeing the full integration of the North American markets. Let me repeat. Today, we are seeing the full integration of the North American markets. Some of my colleagues will argue that the wall is an important deterrent for smugglers and criminals unlawfully entering the United States. But you can't fix a problem using a 30-year-old solution. We heard last week during the hearings that transnational criminal organizations are exploiting legitimate private sector trade to move fentanyl precursors and fentanyl presses and fentanyl across China, Mexico, and the US. And now we're seeing precursors coming into the US through our seaports. A border wall does not address this kind of a challenge. Cartels today are smuggling the overwhelming majority of drugs through our ports of entry, using very creative ways to smuggle. Just last month, CBP officers seized 900,000 fentanyl pills concealed in a porcelain sink at the Otay Mesa port of entry, at the port of entry. And I really don't see how a border wall will help us tackle the drugs coming through our ports of entry. In addition, we heard last week on how cartels are now using drones. Some drones that cost $200 with a payload of $1 million value of fentanyl to cross the border. How is a border wall gonna stop a drone? The fact that my colleagues continue to focus on the wall again and again and again puts this committee and this Congress out of touch with what we really need to secure our country. Instead of spending taxpayer dollars, or like the previous administration did, shifting money from countering drug missions, countering missions, let's invest in ports of entry, additional CBP personnel, and the root causes of why refugees continue to move north. Again, today we are seeing tremendous integration of trade between Canada, the United States, and Mexico. The trade across our borders is unbelievable. We have to invest in the technology to make sure that we stop drugs from coming into this country and make sure we continue to preserve the free flow of goods and services that help American consumers on a daily basis. Between ports of entry, we can deploy innovative technologies like sensors, autonomous towers to detect and identify threats. Some of these technologies are actually being manufactured in my district today. Let me conclude by saying that the Biden-Harris administration has engaged in these solutions. And I'm sad to say that my colleagues across the aisle voted against funding these initiatives to combat modern threats against proven solutions that are working today. Just ask the folks at the border. I hope that going forward, this committee can work together with others to combat not only the threats of today, but also the threats of tomorrow, and that we move beyond the solutions that were put in place 30 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Correa. I now recognize the chairman for the Subcommittee on Oversight, Investigations, and Accountability, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad to extend my welcome also to those who are attending today's hearing. And I have to take a point of departure from the opening statement of the ranking member just articulated. Barriers are not some old technology. They aren't from some long ago thing from the Clinton administration. The Secure Fence Act was 2005, 2006. And the progress that was made was interrupted by the Obama administration first, and then, of course, all know that in 2019, President Trump declared a national emergency in recognition of the security and humanitarian crises at our southern border. But on the very first day in office, President Biden terminated President Trump's proclamation and halted construction of the border wall. While this purely political decision appeases a radical left open borders advocacy, it does nothing to enhance the security of Americans. The numbers do not lie. Since the 2018 election and the year following, border encounter numbers reached 20-year highs, broke records for encounters of aliens from countries other than Mexico, and more than doubled in every sector along the U.S.-Mexico border. Today, our crisis is at a boiling point. We just heard that the numbers have fallen. A boiling point with over 200,000 encounters in the month of May alone. Who's out of touch? Yet President Biden refuses to budge on restarting construction of a border barrier, wasting taxpayer dollars, encouraging illegal traffic at gaps at our border, and endangering the safety and security of Americans. A physical border barrier slows down those seeking to illegally cross the border and enhances Border Patrol agents' ability to apprehend those individuals. It's simply common sense, and any Border Patrol agent you find will tell you that. President Biden's failure to complete the border barrier system unquestionably hinders Border Patrol's efforts to control the border. As then Chief Patrol Agent for the Del Rio sector, now Chief of Border Patrol, Jason Owens, testified to this committee in a transcribed interview, a quote, physical barrier extends the amount of time that I and my team have to respond to and interdict, and it increases the certainty of arrest, close quote. Another sector chief logically explained that explained in his transcribed interview that the presence of a border wall leads individuals to cross at areas without a barrier, which allows Border Patrol to focus resources in response. Since President Biden halted border wall construction, Border Patrol recorded more than 1.5 million gotaways who crossed illegally into the United States without being apprehended. Not being apprehended because they weren't diverted to the places where they could be apprehended or deterred or slowed. We don't know who gotaways are. We don't know what they're doing and what they're bringing across the border. To speak of fentanyl, they catch it at the port of entry in the sink, but we don't even have any idea. It's the same small quantities that can poison hundreds of thousands or millions of Americans, and we don't even know. We don't know their intentions. But we do know that cartels traffic fentanyl across the southern border, and Americans are dying of fentanyl overdoses at historic levels. These are among the reasons Congress acted to enhance physical infrastructure along the southern border. For example, Section 3 of the 2006 Secure Fence Act requires, quote, at least 2 layers of reinforced fencing, installation of additional physical barriers, roads, lighting, cameras, and sensors, close quote. Since 2006, Congress appropriated funding explicitly to construct the barrier system on the southern border. In fact, just 1 month before President Biden halted border wall construction, Congress included almost $1.4 billion for the border barrier system in the Consolidated Appropriations Act for fiscal year 2021. It makes a mockery of the duty faithfully to execute the law. Notwithstanding legal requirements and congressional appropriations to build a barrier system, President Biden's Department of Homeland Security is instead spending tax dollars on environmental remediation projects. President Biden's irresponsible decision left stacks of unused construction materials exposed to the elements to rust away at project sites along the border. Reckless cost to the federal government, reckless waste of resources. Private citizens on the border found themselves left with the inconvenience, hazard, and expense of these materials remaining abandoned on their properties for now over 2 years. No resolution, just abandoned. That's the policy of the administration. We bought materials, we signed the contracts, but now we're getting nothing for it, just unprecedented levels of illegal immigration. The suspension and termination of contracts also placed contractors in an untenable position. Contractors made business plans and took on expenses to fulfill their contracts. They were then forced to wait on hold for months without any clear decision while the Biden administration decided whether to honor contractual obligations. And when that became something that even the Biden administration couldn't contend that they were doing any longer, they terminated contracts, and contractors now, 2 years later, are saddled with the need to attempt to at least recover some of their costs. This is madness. With the ongoing border crisis of historic proportions, we need to equip our Border Patrol agents with all tools possible to secure our border. Congress has spoken and passed laws, but the Biden administration has wasted hundreds of millions of American taxpayer dollars in canceling contracts that would finish the job. Instead of getting what Americans paid for, we're left with wall panels to bake in the desert and a wide open border. President Biden's unconscionable decision compromises national security. Thanks to all for joining this hearing. I look forward to the testimony from our witnesses. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Bishop. I now recognize the ranking member for the Subcommittee on Oversight, Investigations, and Accountability, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2015, former President Trump vowed to build a wall. He said, and I quote, "We're going to build a wall, and it's going to be impenetrable. It will be a real wall." That same year, he also said, and by the way, Mexico will pay for it. It's going to be a great wall because I know how to build. Absolutely none of that turned out to be true. The border wall has never even got close to being impenetrable, even the parts that had been built. I think it's been pointed out lately, because the Republican presidential campaign has kicked off, that during President Trump's 4 years in office, only about 50 miles of the wall got built. The rest of what was done was repairing the wall that, yes, the Obama administration had put up. And I also need to point out, too, that during that time period, the government spent $2.6 million to repair border wall breaches from years 2019 to 2021. The maintenance records show widespread damage, demonstrating the wall's limitation as an impediment to illegal crossing. It didn't even stand up to winds. Sometimes it was knocked over by flooding and the like. The CBP discovered 40 tunnels from 2017 through 2021, with the greatest number being discovered in 2020. So not only were the cartels going over the wall, as Mr. Correa pointed out, and they're doing that in increasing amounts with the drones that they're now using, and they were driving around the walls, and we went down to look. The walls don't do anything to block off traffic going up and down the streets, and they're certainly going under the walls as well. And don't forget the cheap ladders used to climb over the wall. We had photographs that I've seen about this. Even though they raised the height of the walls, people were still able to go over the walls, or sometimes just buy, Home Depot kind of saws and cut through it. So to build his wall, since Mexico didn't pay for it between 2017 and 2020, Congress appropriated $4.5 billion for the construction of the new and replacement barriers along the southwest border. And then former President Trump pulled $10.5 billion, diverted it, $6.3 billion from the Department of Defense for its counter-drug programs, $3.6 billion from military construction projects, including schools and daycare centers for military families, and $600 million from the Department of Treasury's forfeiture of funds. And as I mentioned, that led to building 52 miles over the years. That amount of money, the result at the end of the Trump administration was 52 miles of new wall. When President Biden got into office, the remaining funds he sent back to where they were supposed to have gone to start with. But it's clear, and the GAO reported in 2021, that Mr. Trump's desire led to a great deal of waste. One of the issues, and we'll be able to talk about the contracting issue later on, but rather than doing competitive contract bids, because they had declared an emergency or moving quickly, they did sole source and direct let contracts, which led to, in some instances, contracts that weren't competitively bid and didn't necessarily get the best results for dollars and cents for the American people. Because the way the federal contracting system is structured, you want to have competition whenever you can so that you can get the best price. But the way the President Trump ran these programs, it bypassed those and other issues too, like environmental protections, in order to quote unquote address the emergency that he needed to do to build the wall. I think along the lines, and I'll shorten it up because Mr. Correa said a lot of the things that I wanted to hit on too. I think it's pretty clear at this point that building the wall, and I believe H.R. 2, which is passed by my Republican colleagues, I believe it came out of this committee with no Democratic support, calls for the construction of 900 more miles of wall. Now, at the rate that the President Trump was going, I guess it'll take like 45 years to do that, and the cost would be astronomical. I think it's clear at this point that because the cartel is already, just from a technological standpoint, bypassed the type of protections that a wall could have provided maybe 20 or 30 years ago, putting that kind of money into those programs as opposed to the things that meet head-on what they're doing in the cartels to get fentanyl into the United States, since 92% of it comes through the ports of entry, not where the walls are or even in between the ports of entry. I think we need to focus on that. I did want to make one last point, though, to Mr. Jeffress of the Army Corps of Engineers. In reading the testimony, I did have concerns about what had happened with Lone Star Pipeline contractors. So I do want to have a chance to ask you about that. I think he sent a letter, he didn't send testimony, but that's fine, the point's the same. I do want to make sure that to the extent innocent contractors got caught up in the changes of the politics that come out of Washington, D.C., they don't suffer for it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, and I did have two articles I wanted to offer to the record. We'll come back to this in a minute. Southern border eerily quiet after policy shift on asylum seekers. This is out of the Washington Post on July 12th, and also from the Post, an opinion piece on Biden's border policy. Critics, both left and right, are wrong.
Without objection,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield back.
the gentleman yields. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. I'm pleased to welcome our first panel of witnesses. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you. Please be seated. I'd like to now formally introduce our witnesses. Ms. Natina Cooper serves as the Acting Deputy Executive Assistant Commissioner for Enterprise Services at the United States Customs and Border Protection. Colonel Jason Jeffress graduated from West Point Military Academy in 1996 and currently serves as the head of contracting activities for the United States Army Corps of Engineers. And Ms. Rebecca Gambler is the Director of the United States Government of Accountability Office's Homeland Security and Justice Team, where she leads projects concerning border security, immigration, and election issues. I thank the witnesses for being here today. The witnesses' full statements will appear in the record. I now recognize Ms. Cooper for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Thank you. Chairman Higgins, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Correa, Ranking Member Ivey, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today about CBP's use of physical barriers as part of the U.S. Border Patrol's critical role in securing the southwest border between the ports of entry. As these committees know, the southwest border environment in which CBP works is complex and requires continual adaptation to respond to dynamic threats and changing operational environments. CBP's multifaceted approach to border security not only prioritizes investments in personnel, modern technology, and infrastructure, but also non-materiel capabilities, including domestic and foreign partnerships, as well as intelligence and information sharing. Additionally, the immense diversity of terrain, threats, and operational conditions across each Border Patrol sector along the southwest border requires that CBP acquire and deploy the right combination of resources, including physical barriers and related attributes, tailored to address specific operational requirements and enhance our detection and interdiction of unlawful cross-border activities. Today, I would first highlight how CBP uses border barriers along the southwest border, then describe our requirements and acquisition process for deciding where and what type of barrier and attributes to use, and finally, share the status of current barrier and system attribute-related projects. First, CBP uses barriers to impede unlawful entries into the United States and to provide agents additional time to effectively and safely respond to incidents that require a law enforcement resolution. Barriers are most effective when used as part of a border barrier system that incorporates other critical attributes, including surveillance and detection technology to provide domain awareness, and roads and lighting to provide Border Patrol agents with improved access, mobility, and visibility. The Border Patrol evaluates each unique operating environment and utilizes a rigorous requirements management process, including the capability gap analysis process that we refer to as CGAP. This larger process engages Border Patrol field personnel at all levels, soliciting input that is used to identify capability gaps, generate operational requirements, and ultimately inform the identification of effective and efficient solutions, such as technology or the deployment of physical barrier system to meet those requirements. USPP uses its requirements development process, including a complementary decision support tool, to prioritize investments in border barrier solutions. The tool takes into account quantitative and qualitative operational factors, everything from vanishing times, total known flow, narcotic seizure information, and agent assaults, to the ability to contain and deny entries, and many other factors. The scoring created by this tool supports the prioritization and decision-making process. Through an established governance structure, USBP layers the latest intelligence on changing operational conditions over the raw scoring of the tool to finalize a prioritized list. Once the prioritized list is established, CBP applies land acquisition, engineering feasibility, environmental factors, and cost considerations in developing its border barrier system acquisition approach. The comprehensive approach is critical for ensuring CBP makes informed decisions relating to acquiring the most effective system solutions tailored to specific locations along the southwest border. Consistent with the guiding principles in the Department of Homeland Security Border Wall Plan, which provides for the use of prior year border barrier funding, CBP is currently moving forward with several border barrier projects across the southwest border, including actions to construct border barriers and system attributes in the Rio Grande Valley sector and complete fence replacement in the Yuma and El Centro sectors. These projects are designed to ensure that the previously installed border infrastructure functions as it was intended, address enforcement vulnerabilities and improve operational conditions for Border Patrol agents, make the project areas safe for agents, migrants, and adjacent communities, and prevent further environmental degradation in areas impacted by border barrier construction. As with all major acquisition programs, CBP's border barrier system requirements development process is continuous, meaning we conduct assessments of new acquisitions and perform periodic assessments of deployed materiel and non-materiel solutions to evaluate how well a deployed solution meets and continues to meet technical parameters and identified requirements. While border barrier is a valuable tool, it is one of many investments in personnel, technology, and partnerships that all work together to create the right combination of resources in the right locations to help Border Patrol agents gain operational advantage while supporting the daily enforcement of immigration laws and counteracting illegal activity along the southwest border. I thank you for the opportunity to testify today and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I now recognize Colonel Jeffers for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Higgins, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Correa, Ranking Member Ivy, and distinguished members of the subcommittees, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Colonel Jason Jefferson. I'm here today in my capacity as the head of contracting for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. As an organization entrusted with the responsibility of managing a large, complex portfolio of infrastructure projects to include those with border security, we truly appreciate the significance of an efficient and transparent contracting process in ensuring the successful execution of our nation's priorities. We take this responsibility seriously. The Corps has a long-standing relationship with Customs and Border Protection. From 2003 to 2018, the Corps partnered with CBP under various authorities to include the Secure Fence Act of 2006. During this time, we completed approximately 650 miles of border barrier, consisting of approximately 350 miles of pedestrian and another 300 miles of vehicular. Since that time, 3 distinct authorities have guided USACE's involvement in border wall construction: support to Homeland Security under the Economy Act, and then later support to DoD under 10 U.S. Code Sections 284 and 2808. Regardless of the authorities and the appropriations used, the Corps has acted as the design and construction agent for all 3 programs, including the requisite acquisition support. In performance of these duties, USACE prioritized competition to the extent practical, while ensuring the contracting process is conducted fairly and transparently. In recent years, there's been significant interest in these contracts, including from the U.S. Government Accountability Office, who found that the Corps conducted these acquisitions consistent with applicable laws and regulations. On January 25th, 2017, the President of the United States issued Executive Order 13767, titled Border Security and Immigration Enforcement Improvements, requiring Secretary of Homeland Security to take all the appropriate steps to immediately plan, design, and construct a physical wall along the southern border. USACE received this mission to support these efforts under the Economy Act. On 15 February 2019, the President declared a national emergency on the southern border, making certain emergency authorities available to the Department of Defense, including 10 U.S. Code 2808 and Section 284. On February 25th, Homeland Security requested DoD assistance in securing the southern border. On March 25th, USACE received formal designation as the construction agent for these programs, with the direction for the construction to begin at the end of that fiscal year. In response, we immediately proceeded with the development and award of contracts under the 284 program, while simultaneously continuing the execution of contracts under the DHS annual appropriations. On September 3rd of that year, the Secretary of Defense provided specific guidance on the undertaking of emergency military construction projects pursuant to 10 U.S. Code 2808. USACE awarded contracts in response to this guidance beginning in November of 2019. On January 20th, 2021, the President terminated the national emergency declaration with respect to the southern border and directed the secretaries of both departments to pause construction and obligation of funds and to create respective implementation plans. On January 23rd, the Deputy Secretary of Defense directed the immediately pause of all construction, and on April 30th, the Secretary of the Army directed the Corps to cancel all construction undertaken with DoD authority. The Corps terminated those contracts the next day pursuant to Federal Acquisition Regulation Clause for termination for convenience to the government. This termination process has numerous steps, including a receipt of termination settlement proposal from each prime contractor, followed by an audit of these proposals by the Defense Contract Audit Agency. Only then can the contracting officer begin negotiating final contract settlement amounts. This is a lengthy process and is still ongoing and projected to continue into 2024 for some contracts. DHS directed the Corps to begin the process for partially canceling some of the border wall program in September 17th of 2021 with the continuation of certain life safety activities for certain levy and non-levy projects. The Corps began the partial termination convenience process for the affected contracts in October of 21. Again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and thank you for your continued support for the soldiers and civilians of the Army Corps of Engineers. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Colonel Jeffress. I now recognize Ms. Gambler for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Higgins, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Correa, Ranking Member Ivy, members of the subcommittees. I appreciate the opportunity to testify at today's hearing to discuss GAO's work on federal agencies' efforts to contract for and deploy barriers along the southwest border. In recent years, federal agencies have obligated billions of dollars to construct border barriers. Within the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, or CBP, is responsible for the overall management of border barriers. Within the Department of Defense, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers has served as the design and construction agent for border barriers. GAO has issued numerous reports over the years addressing the deployment of barriers to the southwest border. Today, I'm going to summarize GAO's most recent reports on the contracting and procurement process for border barrier construction, and I'm going to focus my remarks on 3 key areas. First, the Army Corps' contract obligations and awards in fiscal years 2018 through 2020. Second, the factors that drove the Army Corps' acquisition approach. And third, the status of barrier completion as of January 2021 and subsequent DHS planning efforts. First, the Army Corps obligated more than $10 billion in both DHS and DoD funding for construction contracts from fiscal years 2018 through 2020. The Army Corps obligated funds for specific construction projects under 13 contract awards. Second, expediency drove the Army Corps' approach to border construction contracts. In particular, the Army Corps' approach was shaped by senior DoD leadership direction, the timeframe for obligating funds before 2020. Under this approach, the Army Corps, for example, used non-competitive awards to a greater extent than initially planned. In some instances, it authorized or expanded work without full and open competition and authorized contractors to begin work before defining key requirements. In addition, contracts awarded with DoD funds were used for border barrier construction projects on federal lands. This allowed the Army Corps to proceed without acquiring real estate from private landowners, a process that can take years. Based on our reporting, we recommended that the Army Corps conduct an assessment of the approaches it used to build the border barriers and, as appropriate, reassess its acquisition strategy going forward. Such an assessment would provide, among other things, an opportunity for the Army Corps to determine how best to reduce the use of contracting approaches that limit competition. The Army Corps agreed with this recommendation and implemented it by conducting an after-action review of the contracting process. Finally, with regard to the status of barrier construction, from fiscal years 2018 through 2020, the Army Corps contracted for more than 600 miles of border barriers. Approximately 32% of the miles to be built under these contracts were new barriers in areas where no barriers had previously existed, while about 68% of the miles were to replace existing barriers. As of January 2021, when the new administration issued a proclamation pausing ongoing construction for the border contracts, the Army Corps had built approximately 450 miles of barriers. However, about 85% of the miles constructed represented the installation of barrier panels rather than the completion of the full barrier system, which includes technology, lighting, and roads for maintenance and patrolling. This was because the Army Corps had structured many of its DoD-funded awards to prioritize the construction of barrier panels rather than the full barrier system. Following the January 2021 pause, DHS suspended performance on border barrier contracts and construction activities, with the exception of activities related to ensuring project sites were safe and secure. DHS also developed a plan for the use of border barrier funds as called for in the presidential proclamation. Under this plan, DHS noted its intent to use funds to continue addressing safety hazards, identify actions to address environmental damage from past barrier construction, and install system attributes. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. This concludes my prepared statement, and I would be happy to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you, Ms. Gambler. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for the 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. The ranking member, my friend, Representative Correa, was my friend, and he and I have spoken for, I would say, cumulatively, scores of hours about our endeavor
Conservatively, yes.
to work together over the course of the last 7 years to seek resolutions for the challenges of our country within the parameters of this committee's jurisdiction. And we're each frustrated regarding some of the political barriers that have been well established that we have to cross in order to confront the true issues. So I'm going to effort today, as somehow during the course of my 62 years of life, the Lord has illuminated this path for me, and here I sit. So I'm going to ask members on both sides of the aisle to let's truly listen to the expertise of the witnesses today, majority and minority witnesses. None of us should claim to know greater than the witnesses that we call before our committees when they're specifically chosen for their history and their area of expertise. Physical barriers have worked to deter criminal action since the dawn of man. They continue to work, and it's not reflective of intellectual soundness to just deny the fact that physical barriers work to restrict criminal activities. The systems we had designed, 21st century technology, some of which we cannot even discuss. But the technologies that were built into the physical barrier systems that were planned during the Trump administration would most certainly have allowed us to view up to 5 miles into the Mexican territory, our southern border. And it's a great deterrence for intended criminal crossings. I asked Ms. Cooper, CBP has been on record affirming the effectiveness of barriers. You've made that clear. And yet, the policy decision was made to cancel construction of the barriers on the president's first day in office. Does CBP believe this is an effective policy decision?
With respect to the policy decision, I will have to defer to my DHS colleagues. However, I am more than able to speak to the efficacy of border barrier system in the places where it makes sense for our operation.
Yes, ma'am. So none of us are suggesting that we put a 30-foot wall on top of a 200-foot cliff, are we? God already put a 200-foot wall there. So where barriers are effective. But regarding the policy, this committee had endeavored very hard to ask the Biden administration to provide a witness from the Department of Homeland Security Office of Strategy, Policy, and Plans. And I want all of us to grasp where we are here. It's really so indefensible that the Biden administration has put this policy in place from day one to stop construction of a border barrier system that had proven to be incredibly effective with embedded technologies that would enhance that effectiveness. And this is our response. This is an actual email redacted to protect the innocent, as we used to say. Thanks for the phone call on Friday to discuss the scope of the proposed hearing and for your engagement throughout the development of this hearing. After careful consideration, DHS is unable to provide a headquarters witness for this hearing. They would not provide a witness to speak to the policy that was established by the administration. And CBP is unable to respond to policy questions because it's not their area. We have further questions for the witnesses, and I intend to go into a second round if my colleagues will participate. My time has expired for this round, and I recognize my colleague, Mr. Correa, for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you also for framing this debate as it should be framed, which is our common interest in protection of our country, protection of our citizens. And although we may disagree in a lot of ways of doing it, the bottom line is we have the same objectives. My issue, sir, if I may call you my good friend, Mr. Higgins, is not with national security, it's with the way to approach it. I've lived most of my life near the border, native Californian. I've seen things change, rechange. And when I mentioned a border wall security concept that's 30 years old, I didn't mean that we'd stop working on it 30 years ago, but rather questioning its effectiveness moving forward. Post-COVID, China is no longer our top trading partner. Mexico is now our trading partner, the top. Canada tells me that the flow of goods and services into this country is unbelievable. And that's just based on yesterday's statistics from a month or two ago or 3 months ago. God knows what those statistics are going to be today. We're going to continue to trade with our partners. If we think about our border to stop refugees, border to stop illegal drugs, we're forgetting about the other borders in this continent. Mexico's southern border, Guatemala's border, the Darien Gap in Panama, where Panama's beginning to engage with us, is engaging with us in addressing that refugee flow in that very dangerous area. I mentioned Colombia, many other countries that are working with us. I would argue that border security is not our southern border. As General Kelly, the former Secretary of Homeland Security, would say, our border security does not start and end at our border. That's just the refugee challenge. Again, record number of refugees in the world as well as this hemisphere. Shifting to fentanyl issue. I've gone to the border numerous times since I discovered that I'd be the ranking member on this committee to educate myself on the facts. Go back and kick the tires to make sure that the policies that we're engaged in are going after the right elements. Talk to those border agents. I've gone to those ports of entry. Only 2% to 4% of the vehicles, passenger vehicles, are inspected, looked at when they go north. Something like 15% of the huge semis coming across the border are actually inspected as well. If you really want to put a dent on the illegal drug trade on fentanyl, go where that gusher is. It's our ports of entry. We can talk about gotaways all you want to talk about. When you look at the record seizures by our good men and women at the border, it's at the ports of entry. We all have priorities. We all have a limited number of dollars to spend. We can prioritize. Ms. Cooper, you've said a lot of things in your testimony. I have about a minute left here. But given the nature of the ever-evolving environment, how important is it that the U.S. engage, and I would call them now our allies south of the border, because their interest is like ours, commerce. Anything that slows down commerce, they don't want to see happen. So how would you say the new environment of integration of these markets, how does that factor into how we address refugees, illegal drug business? Thank you.
Ranking Member Correa, I believe you're flagging an important point with respect to the larger security strategy that CBP is engaged in. With respect to our relationships with many of our foreign partners, continued engagement with many of the countries you named, and certainly with others, are a critical part of our larger strategy. As you said, and we've said within CBP for many years, border security is not simply at the border, it begins far outside of that. And our continued collaboration at multiple levels of leadership with offices across many foreign partners is a critical layer of our strategy.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize my colleague, Chairman Bishop, for his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Jeffress, I have an understanding that the administration, since January 2021, later, I guess in 2022 or maybe even this year, agreed to permit some progress on some border wall construction to fill in gaps or something of the kind. Do you administer that process? Am I correct, first of all, and do you administer that process?
Sir, thank you for the question. Regarding whether the administration has opened up additional construction for the fill in the gaps, as you say, I would have to go back to the program office, but the Corps of Engineers does provide oversight as the design construction agent for those contracts or those projects that they've been designated, whether it's been through DOD or DHS. When they're designated, they do provide that oversight, yes.
All right, are you able to quantify what portion of construction activity that represents in relationship to the contracts that had been let and were pending at the time the Biden administration took office and stopped them?
Again, Chairman, based on the number of miles that you're referring to, not having that specific knowledge, I cannot answer specifically what percentage you're referring to. We can take that back for the record.
Well, with that regard, you can answer specifically. It is my understanding that it was just a relatively, just a very small percentage. Isn't that correct?
That is my understanding, but I don't have enough quantification.
Are you able to say what border materials are in possession of any of the contracting government agencies under these contracts that have been suspended, then canceled?
Yes, Chairman. We've got, started off with $262 million worth of materials left over from these various contracts. We've currently gotten it down through the disposition process to where we've got the border bollard panels still on the ground out there. In some locations, we do have some of the other materials, whether it be electrical equipment for the fiber optic cabling or lighting, that is in the disposition process, but that's not on the ground with the contractors, in my understanding at this point.
How are you disposing of it?
At this point, Chairman, there's two different processes, one for the DOD, one for the DHS, both of which are similar, but it goes through a defined process through which it is inventoried at the contract level, and the government validates that inventory and then reviews it to determine whether it can be reusable or must be thrown to scrap. And then through that process, if it's DOD, the Defense Logistics Agency, will manage that process from start to finish all the way through, and it'll go through multiple entities of Can DLA use it? Can another DOD entity use it before it'll go to federal or state agencies? And then finally out for sale. If none of that works, then it goes to scrap. On the DHS side, GSA will facilitate that, and it will go first to another agency if there's a requirement, and then we work that with GSA by notifying them. And then if not, then GSA will help facilitate the process of advertising and then final disposition.
What value of American taxpayer paid-for supplies has been disposed of as scrap?
I am sorry, Chairman, I don't have that exact number on me right now.
Do any of the witnesses know the answer to that, whether precisely or roughly?
I do not, sir.
So none of the witnesses here can tell us how much of the American taxpayers' precious dollars spent on first-quality goods have been disposed of as scrap. Is that correct? How many unused border wall panels are in the possession of DOD?
Currently in possession of DOD, we have 20,822 at various storage locations.
What is the cost to DOD to store and secure unused border materials per day?
So that is a very interesting question in the fact that we don't incur the cost by day. Those contracted storage rates are valued inside their termination proposals because the contractors are required for that. So
Are you able to provide any stat here about the cost of storage?
Yes, sir. At this point in time, we've run a running point-in-time estimate, and it constantly changes based on what we've turned in. We currently believe that based on the amount of disposition, or the disposition that's been conducted, the amount of material still on the ground, we're looking at about $160,000 a month for the storage of the material on the DOD process at this time.
How much did DOD spend on storing unused border materials in fiscal years 2021 and 2022 total?
Sir, again, that would be wrapped inside the fixed price contract, and I can't provide that cost.
All right. Ms. Gambler, I don't know if you can speak to this. I understand that that GAO at one point said this was a mere programmatic delay, didn't violate the Impoundment Control Act, but that was in 2021. What about 30 months later? Is that still the contention of GAO, that this doesn't violate the Impoundment Control Act for the Biden administration unilaterally to disregard Congress's appropriation?
Yep, thank you for the question, Chairman. As you noted, that was GAO's legal decision at the time in the summer of 2021. We have not done an additional review of the facts and circumstances at this point. If that's something that the committee is interested in, we'd be happy to talk with you about that going forward, Chairman.
It might be interesting, but I don't really care. I know what the violation of law looks like. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Time's expired.
The gentleman yields. Now recognize the ranking member Ivy for his line of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate your comments a moment ago about how we approach this hearing. I certainly agree that we want to be careful about stepping on the opinions of our witnesses here. We want to make sure we take it all in. I did want to raise some data, though, today. I think one of the points that's been made in two of the articles that I mentioned earlier and wanted to make a part of the record is the drop-off in these encounters since the Title 42 regime was taken out of play. And I understand we've got differences of views about how impactful a wall might be, but I think it's clear that the wall isn't there now, but we're seeing tremendous drop-offs in encounters almost immediately. Thank you. Based on some policy changes and some strategic changes. And so I don't necessarily want to say that, a wall could never be a barrier to people coming. I'm just saying that 900 miles of wall at, I think the estimate was $24 million per mile last I saw, and that's a total of $22 billion. I think the money could be better spent. And I think we can show by some of the, in fact, from hearings in this room, some of which that you led, that there are other ways that we could go about reducing some of the challenges we face there. In fact, I think it was your hearing last where there was testimony about China, and that one of the major reasons we had such a big spike in fentanyl was because the foreign policy relationship between the United States and China with respect to suppressing the precursors coming from China had fallen off, and that therefore they were people were sending the precursors out of China into Mexico at an accelerated rate, and that one of the ways we could address that problem is to see if we could reestablish the relationship with China in addressing those concerns. And I think that would be a great step forward. I also wanted to say, too, Ms. Gambler, I appreciated your the testimony from GAO about, well, frankly, the waste to some extent and the way the contracting was done. And it was rushed, we'll say expedited, but that doesn't keep in place the protections of competitive bidding and the like that ought to make sense here. I'll say this, too, before I want to get to the Lone Star issue. But before I move off of that, I do want to say this. I mean, I think I appreciate the comments about wanting to have open hearts and minds as we approach this issue and see if we can just do it based on the evidence and the facts that come before us. I will say this, before I even got to Congress to become a member of this committee, we had members of this committee talking about, well, frankly, calling for the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. And that kind of puts things into different context, I think, than if we were just sitting here and talking about the best ways to try and address this issue. And we got the 55-page document in support of that effort, which we hadn't seen in advance on the minority side, and so we didn't really have a chance to respond to it. But I appreciate your comments, and as we move forward, hopefully we can do it in the spirit of bipartisanship that you expressed here today. Colonel, I want to ask you quickly about Lone Star. I took a quick look. I'm not a government contracting expert, but if I understood the gentleman's letter correctly, who was the interim CEO, Lone Star is a subcontractor for a prime. The government decided to terminate the prime contract for convenience. Then Lone Star began its efforts to get compensation back and filed the documents to do so. But before that was completed and they could have been compensated, there was a decision made, according to his testimony, to in some way reinstate the prime contractor. And so that left Lone Star in a position where they couldn't get compensation for termination of the contract because the contract had been reinstated. So even though they weren't actually doing any work and getting paid, they weren't able to get compensated either. That doesn't sound right to me. What am I missing here?
Thank you, Congressman Ivey, for the question. That's without having the insight into the specifics of that one subcontractor, I didn't have the chance to deep dive into that. I can speak to subcontracting relationships in general. The government's contract is with the prime. The prime is who we interface with, and they're responsible for other subs. In this particular case, what I was able to determine is that Lone Star is on the DHS side, so some of those contracts are partially terminated for the border wall construction while other efforts were ongoing. Again, not being able to speak to what they could do specifically, but the process is laid out in FAR Part 49, 112 when it comes to partial payments and those type of things. When the prime contractor is ready for an interim termination settlement, they can submit their interim proposal. We will review it, analyze it, and then provide payment accordingly if it is in league with what's going on. In this particular case, because I don't have, or the government does not have privity of contract into the relationship between the prime and Lone Star, the government does not pay subcontractors directly. We highly encourage our primes. We hold them accountable for not doing what they're supposed to, but we still can't force them to use the money that we pay for them. It's their business arrangement back down to the subcontractor.
Could I do just, I know I'm over, but just a quick follow-up on that? It's been 30 years since I've done government contracting, but I thought there was a flow-down provision so that if a prime got paid, the federal government could require them to pay the sub. And so, I don't want to cross any ethics lines here. This isn't a company that's asked for my assistance. They're not in my district, and I'm certainly not trying to leverage an adjudication of this in the hearing room where I don't know all the details. But it does seem to me that companies in this scenario, we ought to be able to find a way to try and make them, if not whole, at least find some degree of compensation, because they've gone apparently a couple of years without being able to do the work that they could get paid for. even though they reasonably relied on the fact that the prime had gotten the contract and they'd been given a subcontract to perform certain work. So if you could follow up perhaps with the committee on the status of that to the extent you can, we'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, the gentleman yields, and we have all witnessed 2 minutes and 8 seconds of bipartisan cooperative effort. I recognize my colleague, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell.
Thank you,
5
Mr.
minutes
Chairman.
for question.
Thank you. The evidence is clear that a wall at our southern border will deter illegal immigration and stop the flow of drugs into this country. It's frustrating to see that the Biden administration and policies that would protect American citizens. On top of this, the cancellation of border wall construction has cost the taxpayer millions of dollars and has harmed many small businesses. Mrs. Gambler, it's well known that the termination of the border wall system has wasted millions of taxpayers' dollars. Specifically, the halted contracts caused construction materials to go unused, causing the taxpayers $6 million a day. Has GAO estimated the federal government's daily cost of storing these unused materials?
We have not, but I would just note, as we've been discussing, federal agencies are required to compensate or to pay contractors for goods and services rendered and any costs associated with terminating contracts. And so while we haven't estimated some of the costs associated with storing goods or termination of contracts, government agencies are required to pay those costs to contractors.
Thank you. We've talked about some options that the federal government has to dispose of these unused construction materials. Are there any avenues for CBP or the Army Corps of Engineers to transfer materials to state or local governments?
That is something that GAO has not looked at, and I would defer to my co-witnesses on the panel to give more insight to that question, sir.
Sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you for that question. The disposition process I had defined a little bit earlier is unique to the system that we're talking about, whether it's DHS or DOD. But yes, throughout the process, if it goes into the DOD, ultimately after DLA, DOD, and other federal agencies, the state or another municipality would be one of the potential receipt of those panels if it made it that far. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you believe it's more expensive for the federal government to cancel existing border wall contracts, or is it more expensive to resume the construction?
Again, that is not an area that GAO has looked at. And again, I would defer to the witnesses on the panel with me in case they have more detailed information on costs.
Anybody?
So that's a question that gets into the eaches of depending on which contract and which area we're talking about. So it's a tough one to answer. So I can't give you a definitive yes or no.
Okay. Ms. Cooper, what's the cost to the government of canceling the contracts and recompeting them to undertake their current activities, including adding attributes and addressing environmental damage?
Thank you for that question. With respect to the cancellation of the contracts, I have to defer to my colleague at the Army Corps. As we've discussed with respect to the companies that were bid for that work, making sure that the negotiation for termination is conducted appropriately so that they can be compensated is a process that the Corps manages on behalf of U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Colonel, anything?
Sir, can I ask you to repeat the question real quick?
Anything you could add to that, the cost of the government? What is the cost of the government canceling contracts and recompeting them to undertake their current activities, including adding attributes and addressing environmental damage?
Again, Congressman, that's a tough one to answer because we have to have individual contracts that we're referring to before we can get into the estimation, but I can't really give you a specific on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Thanadar for 5 minutes for question.
Thank you, Chairman Higgins. Appreciate it. Well, here is another quote from President Trump in 2016. president said, we'll use the best technology, above and below ground sensors, towers, aerial surveillance, and manpower to dislocate tunnels and keep out criminal cartels. One of the first trip I took after joining this committee was to go to the southern border and look at the wall with my own eyes. Looks like the reality is, despite replacing 250 miles and building 50 new miles of wall in 2020, nearly one new tunnel per month was discovered by CBP that year. In fact, Trump administration had the highest number of tunnels. I believe there were 40 tunnels, including one touted as the longest ever discovered. It's clear as day, the wall falls short when it comes to tackling illegal crossings. Ms. Cooper, can you provide more details on the discovery of tunnels during the Trump administration years?
Congressman, with respect to the tunnel program, unfortunately, I am not an expert and would be happy to take that question back. What I can tell you is that the application of border security technology, the application of barrier system in those locations where it makes sense, allows our agents, it frankly delivers capability to our agents that then allows them to be responsive to new threats as our transnational criminal organizations continue to adapt. That's applicable in the context of cross-border tunnels, and that's certainly applicable in other contexts we see in our enforcement environment.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Also, how would you respond to the argument that using taxpayer funds to construct the wall is more effective approach than implementing comprehensive border security measures, including enhanced intelligence, interdiction efforts to combat illegal activities such as drug smuggling and human trafficking through the tunnels?
As I'm certain you've heard from my colleagues in Green, including former Chief Ortiz and others, there is no single solution for the border security challenges that we face. The implementation of infrastructure and the associated attributes provides capability. The continued partnership with foreign governments to do what we can to reduce the global migration that we are seeing, the information sharing, again, with those governments and certainly internal to our own government, all play a role in continuing to deliver capability for our agents and our officers at the ports of entry.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cooper. And Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In looking at the wall situation, the headline speaks for itself. DHS announces steps to protect border communities from wall construction. Yeah, I'll read that again. DHS announces steps to protect border communities from wall construction. I don't know who wrote this, but they probably should have been fired for writing that headline. That's pretty bad. Let's talk about walls. Walls are very important for most countries. There's many countries with walls. I have one article here that comes from earlier this month that says, talking about 65 countries have erected fences on their borders, also talking about walls, talking about security fears, widespread refusal to help refugees have fueled a new spate of wall building around the world. They include Israel's apartheid wall, India's 2,500-mile fence around Bangladesh, and Morocco's huge sand berm. So many countries around the world agree that walls are important in protecting the people within the country, protecting their national security interest. I'd also like to really praise President Trump's administration that the contractors completed most of the DoD-funded border barrier bollards by the end of December 2020 as scheduled. I'm impressed with that because I own a construction company and I love to see a project completed on time. They truly did a remarkable job, and it's unfortunate it's unfinished. In my district alone, we have fentanyl deaths, and that is what really upsets me. We've had many fentanyl deaths, but the El Paso sector, with the BOR El Paso sector, has experienced a significant reduction in drug and smuggling activities in areas where the border wall system was built. Most notably in 2 separate zones, apprehensions decreased by 60% and 81% from the beginning of fiscal year 20 to the end of it. So walls work and they protect people. We have 300 Americans dying a day, so I think having a wall to protect people from deadly fentanyl is the greatest thing we can do. Ms. Cooper, CBP has been on record affirming that the border barrier has been effective and allowed CBP to readjust their agents to more pressing areas. If CBP said that the border barrier system is effective, why did DHS cancel the border wall contracts on the first day of this administration?
I certainly can't speak to the policy decisions. However, I can certainly speak to those locations in which border barrier has been deployed historically and the success with which our agents have seen a growth in capability. As you mentioned, the El Paso sector. Currently, there's a GAP project, a Gaps and Gates project, that was approved by Secretary Mayorkas that has completed 68 of those gaps and gates. An additional 61 are ongoing, some of which are in the El Paso sector. In addition, with the FY20 and FY21 appropriations that Congress provided, CBP, will be able to go back and add the system attributes to the barrier that was previously constructed by DoD in locations, again, such as El Paso, that will provide for protection.
Ms. Cooper, can you tell me, I've got the Biden administration plans here. Does any of this include, these were many of the categories of things that they used the money that was supposed to go for the wall. They turned it into things like habitat fragmentation and wildlife impacts, restoration of disturbed areas, invasive species control and monitoring, erosion concerns, low water crossing, lighting and light pollution, border barrier removal or completion, not sure what that means, impact to cultural resources. This is a list of projects that the Biden administration decided to take wall money that was set aside and contract money, and they canceled the contracts to build the wall, and they canceled building the wall, and they took this money and moved it to things like erosion control and invasive species control. So with the new wall building or project that you're talking about, are they still going to be addressing invasive species to protect our states and protect our border towns and communities? Or are they actually interested in building a legitimate wall that will stop the invasion into the United States?
As part of barrier construction, for as long as I've been working on barrier programs, which is about 15 years, we have had a long-running relationship with the Department of Interior to ensure that environmental resources are considered as a part of that barrier construction. What those types of projects that you just referenced are not new to this type of work, and in fact have been ongoing with every border project that I've been involved in.
Well, will protecting the land from invasive species, will that save the 300 Americans that are dying daily from fentanyl at all? I don't think so. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know we're talking a lot about walls today, and I definitely have some comments and questions about the border wall, but I just want to restate a few facts for the record. First, just as a reminder, and for this subcommittee and for a greater committee, when all the kind of cheering went about, folks trying to really, I think, encourage chaos during the end of Title 42. I just want to really note that there was no chaos happening. The administration has actually done a fairly good job of this transition. I also want to confirm that Border Patrol chiefs have confirmed for Congress that the present situation is actually manageable. We've heard this time and time again. They have said, in many of their own words, there is no crisis at the border. DHS has never been given any kind of stand-down order as well, as has been stated by some in the majority. We have a shared mission of a secure and orderly border. Third thing I want to say is that Democrats have been saying for years legal pathways have been critical to providing order at the border, especially after Title 42. And I just also want to note that Donald Trump's border wall has always been, in I think my opinion and many others, an anti-American monument and not a real solution to actually any of our issues at the border. Now, we know, as has been stated by our ranking member and others, walls can be climbed, they can be jumped, they don't meaningfully disrupt the flow of fentanyl in this country. We know that fentanyl is coming in from legal ports of entry. And while walls can't solve our problems, they actually do create serious concerns in many cases, and I want to bring up one in particular. I want to raise a case that's been deeply troubling back in California, certainly to me and many of my colleagues. Recently, the San Diego Union Tribune reported a nearly week-long incident in which approximately 150 asylum seekers were trapped between the layers of border wall near the San Ysidro port of entry adjacent to San Diego. Now, according to eyewitness reports from the Union Tribune, a reporter on the ground, that migrants tried to leave, but Border Patrol herded them back into spaces between the fences, and migrants at the time believed that they were in custody. Now, CBP detention standards require people in custody must be supplied with basic hygiene items, food at regular intervals, and that water must always be available. But migrants did not receive any of these things, and in fact, it was just one plastic water cooler for around 150 people between these two fences. Now, this does not appear to be an isolated incident. My office and other offices have received reports that migrants are frequently stranded between border walls for extended periods of time, and many of course, are suffering from hunger and dehydration. An article in the New York Times confirmed that this situation is actually played out in other sectors of the border as well. To the committee and to our chairman, to our witnesses, now I wrote the Border Patrol to ask what policies guided Border Patrol responses in situations when migrants may be trapped in portions of the wall, and we received a reply just last week. Border Patrol told me and my colleagues, and I quote, "The individuals in question had not made contact with U.S. Border Patrol and were not constrained from further movement." This is actually from the letter. But now I want to show you actually a photograph, and you can see for yourself, absolutely there is contact being made. And the San Diego Union Tribune, the editorial board themselves, said that Border Patrol claims that the incident was a collective hallucination, and that this was absolutely not the case. And so I hope that there is a better communication from Border Patrol to members of this committee on exactly what happened and what is continuing to happen along this incident. CBP's response does not even touch on the questions we raised about the conditions, guidance, and protocols that exist in this situation and others. Now, Ms. Cooper, as a leader within CBP and certainly someone that's involved, I know that you necessarily don't oversee this exact sector, but I'd like to ask you to please take these concerns back to your leadership and CBP leadership. We've been given no adequate response so far. Is that something that you'd be willing to do?
Thank you for the opportunity to respond, Congressman. I can assure you that our U.S. Border Patrol agents take the safety and security of those who come into our custody with great seriousness, and I'm happy to take that question back.
Thank you, because right now, Border Patrol leadership is telling us that they're not interacting with these migrants, but there are reporters on the ground that are reporting that this is actually happening, so it's actually of grave concern. I just want to just close. You know, this is an incredible country. I'm proud to have migrated here myself as a young child. This is a country that does not leave women and children in the desert without food, without water. We have to do better as a country. Certainly, as we discuss things like walls, we should also understand what the impacts are to people that are trying to seek asylum that is actually legal in our country. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes my colleague from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for question.
Thank you, Chairman Higgins. Colonel Jeffers, Texas acquired 1,700 used border wall panels from the federal government in 2021 to build the border wall. However, the federal government continues to store a significant amount of border wall material that will not be used as a result of President Biden's decision to halt the border wall. Have any state governments contacted the Corps to express interest in acquiring the unused border wall material?
Representative, thank you for the question. I cannot answer whether any other states have reached out to us specifically. As I mentioned earlier, the disposition process is managed by the Defense Logistic Agency, so once we receive disposition instructions, DLA would be the ones that would manage that coordination on the DoD-specific contracts.
Thank you. I know earlier you mentioned that you're paying about $160,000 per month to store some 20,822 panels. With this in mind, I know that I've received information from the DoD that says that $130,000 a day, or $47 million annually, is being spent to store material and wall panels. Have you heard of these numbers? Your numbers are absolutely different than DoD's. How much is it costing to store 20,822 panels along with the material to do that?
Congressman, thank you for the opportunity to address the question of storage costs or estimates in that case. As I mentioned earlier, the costs of storing those are still currently with the contractor, so we had an estimate at a point in time when we terminated these contracts, and the full amount of the material for the DoD side, $262 million worth of equipment and material, and that was what the first estimate was a point in time when we had all of that. As one would suspect through the disposition process, the inventory and the number of locations goes down. So it's much closer and continues to drop, and that's where the $160,000 a month comes from, and that's current estimate.
Thank you. There's a big discrepancy in $130,000 a day and $160,000 a month. But no matter what it is this responsible? You think this is responsible to pay this kind of money to store this border fence? Is that responsible when the taxpayers of America have a $32 trillion debt?
Again, sir, thank you for the question. At this point, without disposition instructions, it is responsible for us to pay for the storage of those. At this point, those are estimated costs, so we won't know the finalized costs until later.
Thank you. Has the Army Corps of Engineers decided a strategic plan to use the remaining construction material? If so, can the Army Corps of Engineers commit to sharing that plan with the members on this committee?
Again, sir, as the design and construction agent, the Corps of Engineers has not come up with the plan to reutilize that equipment. We have a requirement owner that supports that, and at this point in time, I am not aware of any decision yet to reutilize that material.
Thank you. What is the cost to the government of canceling the contracts and recompeting them under their current activities?
That is one of those questions that it's very challenging to answer because we're talking about a unique process, and each contract would be different depending on what the requirement is, so I cannot provide a specific answer.
Thank you. I know that it was also mentioned about, I think, in some of our testimony that we're looking at about 17-to-1 drones. I know that the other side of the aisle mentioned the cartel and the 17-to-1 drones. I can tell you this, my hometown of Huntsville, Alabama could neutralize this in a matter of days. In a matter of days, they could neutralize these drones that are flying in U.S. airspace, and I commit to both sides of this aisle, let's get to work. We're willing to do it. They're dropping fentanyl across the U.S. border, and they're destroying a generation of Americans. And I yield, Mr. Carrera.
Sir, and I think you might have heard my statement that we actually have a firm in my district that's actually working to implement that technology, and should they win a contract with Homeland Security, they'll be implementing that technology.
Well, I can tell you I witnessed it firsthand with SAIC and multiple companies in Huntsville, Alabama, and I'll promise you this right here. It's a cost-effective way to neutralize it. We can jam them, we can drop them, whichever way it is, but it's unacceptable to have drones coming into U.S. airspace, dropping fentanyl to destroy the children of our country. And I will tell you this right here, I'll work with anybody. I'll work with the president. I'll work with Democrats. I'll work with Republicans, because it's time to address it. They're fixed to destroy a generation of our children.
And Mr. Strong, I welcome you to my districts and take a tour of this contract. It's doing a great job, and concur with you to stop these drones wherever possible. Thank you.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, is recognized for 5 minutes for questioning.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank both Chairman Bishop and Higgins and Ranking Members Ivy and Correa for convenience. It's very clear that we have reached a technological age where we can address a number of the issues on our border. And I'm just thinking that I understand the concerns and I guess the way folks are wedded to this idea of a wall, but it seems a bit antiquated. At this stage, given where we are with respect to technology and our ability to manage affairs a lot more, with a lot more expertise, a lot more technology on our border. And besides, I thought Mexico was supposed to pay for it, but that's besides the point. As you may know, I represent a district that has long served as a safe haven for migrants. As the daughter of immigrants myself, I'm deeply vested in protecting our immigrants and seeking accountability for those without a voice. It is crystal clear that after over 30 years, that we have to assert an urgent need for comprehensive immigration reform. Our immigration system has proven to be woefully inadequate, and the consequences are dire. Let me be clear. No individual seeking safety, freedom, and the pursuit of a better life should be compelled to endanger their own lives or the lives of their loved ones. Customs and Border Protection personnel regularly engage with Americans who live and work around the southwest border to monitor migration trends and how they affect local communities. And while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle often try to paint the picture of dangerous lawlessness in these communities, it's just simply not the case. Most frequently, community leaders work closely with CBP and Immigration and Customs Enforcement to welcome migrants while keeping communities safe, clean, and prosperous. And many landowners along the border are against the construction of a new border wall. So I want to ask Ms. Cooper, can you describe some of the feedback that you've heard from border communities about why they're not excited about supporting the construction of new border barriers?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak a little bit about the work that we do to collaborate with communities across the board. As laid out in the plan that DHS issued in June of 2021, we have been engaged in robust community engagement with respect to the border barrier projects that were planned. That community engagement begins with consultation letters that go to, in fact, in the last 2 years, more than 2,000 consultation letters have been sent out. We've engaged in more than 1,700 meetings with community members. And we hear a variety of feedback. We hear support, we hear concern, and one of the things that we are able to do through that consultation process is understand what affects each community, and to the degree that we can, make adjustments to be able to address those things, whether that is with respect to previously constructed barrier system, adjust alignments, in some cases with respect to environmental concerns, create gaps. We've done everything from lizard gaps that allow for migratory species, and a variety of other things to be able to address community concerns.
Very well. I think that's a very good approach. And if we, dial down the rhetoric a bit, perhaps we can get to a solution that we can all agree to. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Brasheen, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you all taking the time to be with us today. For years, United States citizens have been clamoring to find a solution for the border. And, it's not just about the fentanyl, which is the leading cause of death, we know, from 18 to 45-year-olds. It's absolutely heavily correlated to what's being allowed at that southern border, but it's also weapons and human trafficking. There's a movie, a little-known movie being out right now that you may have heard about called Sound of Freedom. And I think the American people know what a tragedy we have. President Trump's administration, they responded. They built physical barriers. It's been cited that, there were many people, some on this committee, on the other side of the aisle that voted for the 2006 Secure Fence Act. President Biden voted for the Secure Fence Act. But yet, as president, he took office and said not another foot, shut down the $15 billion that was to be allocated as mandated by Congress, appropriated under the rule of law, and he, with the stroke of his pen, said not another foot. In the context of 2021, I'm in a construction business. I had a little small business. I found myself in Washington, D.C., and found myself outside of a physical barrier in the fall of 21. That physical barrier had been put in place by Speaker Pelosi, and quite a contrast that months before, the president had said, physical barriers, they don't work. Nancy Pelosi employed them. And so, Ms. Cooper, here's what I'd ask you is, if physical barriers, as my Democrat colleague a minute ago said, are 30-year-old outdated systems, why did Nancy Pelosi employ them at the same time we're canceling contracts on the southern border around the Capitol building?
Respectfully, Congressman, I can't speak to the decision to employ barriers in that context.
Do you see a conflict? I mean, in terms of ideology, to say on one side, we don't think physical barriers work. 65 countries, to my colleague's point a minute ago, 1/3 of all countries in the United States have physical barriers on their borders. And there's this floating thought pattern out there, physical barriers don't work, they're outdated. Do you see the hypocrisy when they're used to surround the Capitol building by Speaker Pelosi, and at the same time we're canceling contracts to stop the flow of drugs coming into our country?
Again, with respect, Congressman, I can't speak to that.
Let me pivot. $262 million, Mr. Jeffries, you cited, was the amount of total expense of the material out of the $15 billion that was laying dormant after President Biden said not another foot. $262 million, 20,000 panels. Someone that comes from the heavy equipment world, there's kind of few things you can do with big pieces of metal. I find it astounding that we don't know if there's some states that wanted those materials when the disposition process is to include either Fed or state entities first prior to scrap. It's astounding to me that between GAO and the Corps of Engineers that we don't know, especially with the Texas Lone Star program, they're spending $4 billion a year in Texas. They're putting rent-a-fence up. They're actually putting up physical barriers called rent-a-fence. Why are we not diving in with the state of Texas that has the largest mileage that is lacking physical barriers and asking these strong questions? Hey, we've got material, 20,000 panels. Instead of us looking at scrap, would you be interested in erecting physical barriers? Because they'll all tell you that they work. Is that not something that we need to become more insightful about?
Congressman, thank you for your question and your concern about the barrier material. Your numbers are correct. We have 20,000 panels in the storage facility process right now, but we have not received disposition instructions. As the head of contracting, as part of the design and construction agent, we're not part of that decision-making process, so I can't speak to who's having those conversations or where, but I can just speak to the amount of material we currently still have.
Well, I just look on in with this. I got 23 seconds. Senator Langford from my home state, United States Senator Langford, he has information that's come out. $6 million a day was wasted because of this situation of contracts and place that we're having to lease to put material. That number then...
Gentlemen, yield for a second.
Can I finish the thought? And then there was $3 million a day, then it became $130,000 every day, and now it's $160,000 a month. It's just a moving target. I mean, regardless, it is such waste, and I think the taxpayers are so disheartened by the waste. And I would yield for the extra 18 seconds that I've gone over.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, for questioning.
Did you need some seconds, Mr. Correa?
Thank you. Just trying to figure out your comment about comparing the fence around the Capitol and border wall to work or not. I think there's a lot more order now that that fence around the Capitol is gone, right?
You're claiming my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank Mr. Higgins, Ms. Correa, Mr. Ivy, Ms. Bishop for their courtesies on this committee that I've been the ranking member of, on this full committee. I think this idea, Ms. Correa, of technology is being ignored. And I think it is important that the obligated funds are not wasted. They are either in DHS or they're either in DOD, waiting for Congress to do its job of reappropriations. But I think that the technology is worthy. Some of what the administration has done with some of the funds has helped the state of Alaska with missile field expansion and 2nd Radio Battalion in North Carolina, 79 an elementary school for U.S. military children, fire crash rescue station, et cetera. So it is not wasted. I think we have a general disagreement on the value of the wall. I will say to the gentleman that spoke about fentanyl, I don't think there's one person on this committee, on this panel, that would not join you in a major effort. I, for one, I've introduced a fentanyl bill. I know that the House had one. It wasn't quite my cup of tea, but I'm ready for the fight. And so I hope that we'll have an opportunity to do some of the things that might be within our democratic principles. When I say democracy, and within the justice principles, let's try to do some things together. But I quickly want to just ask a question of Ms. Cooper. What is in the current state of the southern border in terms of migrant numbers? Have those numbers gone down? Do you have knowledge of that?
I do not have the most recent numbers in front of me. We have seen, in fact, as of the end of the fiscal year, we have seen approximately 1 million encounters. That is a significant.
Okay, you don't have the current. What about you, Ms. Gamler, GSA? Do you have some information about numbers going down or not?
We can follow up and provide specific numbers for your office.
Let's do that. But let me ask both Ms. Cooper, because your government right before me, DHS, and Ms. Gamler. I don't think because we do not have a wall that this kind of behavior that I'm about ready to report is appropriate. I think we can find ways of dealing with this as we have done before. And certainly, we should not be in the category of doing inhumane items. Department of Public Safety trooper sent an email because he was very concerned about actions happening at the Texas border, where the governor has placed wire and buoys in water that brought about a pregnant woman having a miscarriage who was found late last month, caught in the wire, doubled over in pain. A 4-year-old girl passed out from heat exhaustion after she tried to go through it and was pushed back by Texas National Guard. A teenager broke his leg trying to navigate the water around it. And then the incident of a pregnant woman, on a series of previously reported drownings in the river during 1 week stretch earlier this month, including a mother and at least one of her 2 children who Federal Border Patrol agents spotted struggling to cross the Rio Grande. And my understanding is they were pulled from the river and given medical care before being transferred to EMF, but were later declared deceased in the hospital. The second child was never found. This is a DPS trooper providing an email because of his concern of what is happening and forcing people with the buoys and the wire to go into deeper water and therefore drowning. Yes, they are illegally crossing. This is a country of immigrants, but it's a country of laws, and I do understand that. But we have to, the question is that immigration is a federal issue, and it needs to be investigated as to the appropriateness of this kind of action, and whether this action is truly left to the states, where you wind up with this continued loss of life. So I'd like this, Ms. Cooper, you have a comment?
While I can't speak to the policies or actions of the state of Texas, I would like to reassure the Congresswoman and the committee that our Border Patrol agents, as they meet migrants in those locations, take their safety and security as they come into our custody very seriously and ensure to the greatest extent possible that they are taken care of at that moment.
And I would expect to do so, and I've seen them and I know they do, but I am asking that you carry this request from me regarding the actions that this DPS trooper, has suggested. And we can provide you additional information, and I would ask Ms. Gamler, I know that you're in GAO, that we provide you with information. I've only cited what the trooper has cited in terms of maybe Border Patrol agents being forced to try and help these people. I think that's what I indicated. They were trying to help someone drowning in the middle of buoys and wires, but I would like to have an investigation in that.
Congresswoman, thank you. Well, we'd be happy to talk with your office after this hearing. And let me also just note that GAO has done prior work looking at CBP's provision of care for individuals in its custody, and we've made recommendations to CBP in those areas. We'd be happy to brief your office on that work as well.
Let me just finish one sentence, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence. I think I was specifically making the point of how difficult it makes whether CBP or, in essence, Border Patrol, which is at the border, make their job difficult when state actions like this cause what this trooper has suggested has occurred. Loss of life, miscarriage, 4-year-old broken leg, and a mother and her 2 children, one missing, mother and child dead. And so I think that we have established that immigration and border security is a federal issue. Whether we agree or disagree with the wall, it's a federal issue, and this should be investigated whether a state is intrusively, wrongly engaging in immigration responses. I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields, and with respect to her request, I feel compelled to state that the state's actions, the state is not here today to speak on their behalf. And I would ask that the gentlewoman's questions regarding state law enforcement actions be appropriately directed, whereby she may receive the answer she seeks. But this committee does not have a witness here today from the state of Texas. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for questioning for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today in this committee hearing, I've heard that walls will not stop the immigration crisis that we see today. I've heard that walls also will not stop a drone. I've also heard that people are tunneling under walls, and let's not forget the ladders that people are using to climb over the walls. I want to remind this committee that this committee is called the Homeland Security Committee. It is not called the Homeland Wall Construction Committee. Why do I point this out? Because real security, whether at your house or on the southern border or in a prison or at a military base overseas, has always been and will always be protected by overlapping deterrence. I'll say it again, real Homeland Security is supported by overlapping deterrence. Now, a wall is simply just one of those deterrents that overlaps and works in conjunction with well-trained agents, technology, intelligence, and more. Why? Because you can't just say that one security element is going to keep you safe in any of those environments that I pointed out. It's kind of like saying, I'm not going to use a lock on my front door because it's antiquated and people can go through the window, they can climb the backyard. It would be the same to say I'm going to use a lock on my front door, I'm going to use an alarm system, and I'm also going to use a camera system. That's overlapping deterrence at your own home. And any professional that came in and gave you a site security assessment on your home would advise you to use overlapping deterrence. And I think it's sad that we're still talking about very rudimentary, basic, simplistic, common knowledge security measures when we know what we're trying to protect. We're trying to protect our citizens, our constituents from all over the country who vote different ways, who think different things, but we know that they're being harmed by everything that we've been discussing in this chamber for months. They're harmed by the fentanyl. They're harmed by the MS-13 gang members. They're harmed by sex trafficking and everything that comes over that southern border. And I'll acknowledge again, we all know that there are people that come over that southern border who just want a taste of the American dream and to work hard and to raise a family. We can all acknowledge that. But if we're ever going to get serious about security, we have to quit pointing out that a wall isn't by itself security. We all know that. Real security is always, always, always contingent on whether you have overlapping security elements, and every Border Patrol agent will tell you that. I want to turn now to Mr. Jeffries. Mr. Jeffries, in your professional opinion, just because something is antiquated like a lock or a wall, do you believe that we should discard it in trying to secure what we want to protect?
With respect to your question, Congressman, I believe that we should look at all opportunities that are out there without giving a definitive answer from my position as a contracting agent.
Thank you. What about you, Ms. Cooper?
It's been my privilege to support the U.S. Border Patrol for the last 5 years. And in my role, one of my chief responsibilities has been working with each sector to identify their full suite of gaps and requirements. Those come in the form of a dozen different master capabilities, including some of the things you mentioned, additional communications capability, but I should say requirements that ultimately lead to solutions, such as additional communications capability, additional technology, additional roadways, partnerships, and in certain contexts, barriers, intelligence and information sharing. All of those, when appropriately combined, the right mix in the right place, can add value to our border security enterprise.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I guess what I'm trying to say is this. This situation at our southern border will not change until my colleagues on the other side, and even those of us on this side, start implementing overlapping deterrents at our southern border, just like we would at our own homes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The first series of questions having been completed, we are going to forego a second round of questions for this panel. I very much appreciate the dedication of time that this panel has given the committee today. The members of the committee may have some additional questions for these witnesses, and we ask that the witnesses respond to those questions in writing. They'll be properly submitted. The witnesses are dismissed.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, before you dismiss the
Gentleman is
witnesses.
recognized.
Thank you, sir. Colonel, if you could send the responses to the questions we raised to the chair and ranking member as opposed to me or someone else, that would be appreciated. Is that fine, Mr.
The
Chairman?
gentleman's comment is appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we're going to recess for 5 minutes, and I will
Chairman,
gavel in 5
Before you,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman, just a small moment.
Another bipartisan moment here. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with respect, you assessed the witnesses in front of us. I accept that. But for whatever witnesses that might be able to respond to my inquiries, I would like them not to be hindered and to be able to get back with me on that, Mr. Chairman.
Noted. Noted.
so very much.
And agreed.
Thank
Good
you.
lady. The witnesses are greatly appreciated and are dismissed. The committee will be in recess for 5 minutes, and I will gavel in 5 minutes. If I can pee in 5 minutes. The older I get, it becomes a question. Security and Enforcement and Subcommittee on Oversight, Investigations, and Accountability will come to order. I'm pleased to welcome a compelling panel of witnesses before us today to provide insight on this important topic. And I ask that the witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Thank you, and please be seated. I'd like to now formally introduce our second panel of witnesses. Mr. Ron Vitiello, in his over 30 years of public service, has served as Chief of the United States Border Patrol, Acting Deputy Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, and Director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Mr. Jim DeSotley currently serves as the Chief Executive Officer of Lone Star Pipeline Contractors, a Texas-based pipeline and facility company contracted to assist in the construction of the border barrier system. Mr. DeSotley has substantial experience in infrastructure, construction, and technology. Mr. Russell Johnson is a fourth-generation cattle rancher from New Mexico who has experienced firsthand the impact of an unsecure border and the repercussions of the decision to cancel construction of the border barrier system. Mr. Johnson also previously served as a United States Border Patrol agent. And I have Mr. Tenorio. I thank you for being here, Mr. Tenorio. I do not have a summary of your background.
You're going to recognize Mr. Correa to introduce him.
And I will recognize the ranking member to introduce his witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the honor. Let me introduce neurosurgeon UC San Diego, Dr. Alexander Tenorio. Dr. Tenorio has been on the front lines treating traumatic brain injuries caused by border wall falls. Mr. Tenorio has published multiple studies documenting the tragic increase in the number of traumatic injuries and mortality caused by the decision to increase the border wall's height to 30 feet. Dr. Tenorio is also focused on the economic burden that the increase in traumatic injuries falls have created for hospitals in the San Diego area. Sir, Dr. Tenorio, thank you for being here today with the subcommittee and look forward to hearing your testimony. Thank you, sir.
I thank Ranking Member Correa. I thank all the witnesses for being here today. I now recognize Mr. Vitiello for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Higgins, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Members Correa and Ivy. I'm glad to be with you today and look forward to discussing my experience in border and national security and all things related to my 34 years as a public servant. I entered on duty in the Border Patrol in Laredo, Texas. I first took the oath in 1985 and reaffirmed it in action as I worked my way up the chain of command, serving in Texas, Arizona, Vermont, and holding leadership positions as Chief Patrol Agent, the Chief at Headquarters. I served as CBP's Acting Deputy Commissioner for over a year and served as the Acting ICE Director while seeking confirmation, being nominated by President Trump. In 2019, I chose to retire from federal service, and now I'm happily in the private sector. While in headquarters as a chief and as the chief in Rio Grande Valley sector, I was responsible for evaluating and setting requirements for border wall in the front line and served at headquarters during the implementation of the 2006 Secure Fence Act, which deployed 700 miles of border barrier. As the deputy at CBP, I also oversaw the team that set requirements and estimates for the border wall system in 2017 and 2019. The team at CBP and I delivered several prototypes in 2017, giving the operators and builders more knowledge of the best kinds of wall attributes, including anti-breach and anti-climb features. Wall is not the full solution. Wall must be augmented with sensors and all-weather access roads and a sufficient number of agents to safely patrol and apprehend smugglers and contraband and criminals that will still cross the border illegally. By combining physical barriers with state-of-the-art, sorry. Technology works until it doesn't.
Take your time, good sir.
The construction of wall and the augmentation of advanced technology on our southern border would significantly enhance our national security, control immigration flows, combat criminal activities, ensure public safety, and promote fiscal responsibility by combining physical barriers with cutting-edge surveillance and detection systems. We can effectively address the challenges posed by unauthorized border crossings while maintaining the integrity and sovereignty of our nation. Border wall system works, frontline agents know it, and the data shows it. Walls provide agents and operators with an anchor to place technology and patrol assets which can operate more safely and effectively. Securing the homeland is the responsibility of the executive branch. Policies by combining physical barriers with cutting-edge surveillance, border wall system work, frontline agents know it, and the data show it. Walls provide agents and operators with an anchor to place technology and patrol assets which can operate more safely and effectively. When we talk about border wall system, I was implementing on the front line for Secure Fence Act in the Rio Grande Valley sector. I was at headquarters during the Trump administration when we did the combined wall requests that he made to Congress and eventually got funded and accessed funding for. This is an important distinction. Wall by itself isn't going to help the Border Patrol agents, the men and women that are out there on the front lines each and every day. It's a system. Cameras, sensors, all-weather access roads, and a sufficient number of agents to do the work that we ask them to do each and every day. It keeps them safe, it keeps the community that they live in safe, and it protects us all. Border security is national security. I thank you and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Vitiello. I now recognize Mr. DeSoto for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement and also to correct our pronunciation of your name, good sir, if I haven't gotten it right thus far. Mr. DeSoto, you're recognized.
Thank you. Well, it depends on which side of the family. It's either DeSoto or DeSoto, so either one. DeSoto is what I pronounce it as. So, Chairman Higgins, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Members Correa, Ranking Members Ivy, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, I want to thank you for allowing me to testify in front of your subcommittee today regarding our experiences as a subcontractor on the southern border wall. So as an overview, in July of 2019, Basilico Contractors of Long Island, New York, contracted PLC Group, DBA Lone Star, regarding potential work on the border wall that was being constructed along the U.S.-Mexico border. Lone Star immediately engaged in discussions with Basilico and ultimately signed a subcontract with Southern Border Contractors to provide loose concrete, aggregate for sections 08 and 09 in McAllen, Texas. So SBC was a joint venture between Basilico and SBC. So Lone Star was responsible for providing loose concrete for the footings of the border wall, as well as grout and necessary aggregate for temporary roads, drainage, and other applications. Lone Star purchased 2 mobile cement plants, 7 cement trucks, and various other equipment necessary to fulfill the contract. So at this point in time, we were just getting into heavy civil. We were a pipeline contractor in Midland, Texas. We chose this opportunity to actually get into heavy civil. So we went out and spent a lot of money on equipment in order to make that happen. We won the contract. We were very excited about it. July 2020, Lone Star commences work on the border wall in sections 08 and 09 in McAllen, Texas. In January of 21, President Biden took office and issued a suspension work order for the border wall construction. Contractors were actually required to stand by per our contract, so we had to keep our equipment and our labor on site. There was no indication of how long this was going to be taking place, so we were left in the dark. There's really no communication around how long we would have to have that equipment and that labor on site. One other note, we were not able to submit any invoices during this period. So we're paying for labor, we're paying for equipment. No invoices were being able to be submitted. The Army Corps of Engineers would not accept invoices. And I want to be clear, the Army Corps of Engineers was not the issue here. The Army Corps of Engineers was simply following their orders, okay? This went far higher than the Army Corps of Engineers, so I have no animus towards the Army Corps. This is something that I think the administration and Congress in general needs to look at when it comes to small contractors like ourselves, put in situations like this that ultimately put us into a position where we're nearly bankrupt. May of '21, we sent a letter to the Army Corps of Engineers requesting guidance. To date, we've received no communication back on that letter. Lone Star retained in May of '21 Williams and Mullen, a law firm actually out of Washington, D.C., Dixon, Hughes, and Goodman, which are accountants. So we went and found proper lawyers and the proper accountants to actually deal with these federal contracts. We knew as a subcontractor that we were limited in what we do with the government. As Colonel Jeffries actually stated, as a subcontractor, I do not have the right that a prime has. I basically have no voice with the federal government, period, end of sentence. So we hired these law firms, we brought them in, they worked with our primes, law firms and accounting firms in order to try to shepherd us through this process. So this is May of '21. In September 21, we sent a second letter to the Army Corps of Engineers requesting guidance on payments and monies owed, no response. October of 21, the Army Corps officially cancels the border wall contract. And as I spoke to Colonel Jeffries after his testimony, what ended up happening here, and I will speak further to Colonel Jeffries about this, is the contract was canceled and then it was reinstated. And our law firm and our accounting firm both said the same thing. They'd never seen this happen before. So now I'm in a position as a subcontractor. My prime's contract is now put back into operation, if you will. I cannot submit a termination settlement proposal because we still have an active contract. So now I'm stuck in a catch-22 in this lurch, and again, time is moving on. October of 2021, SPC is notified that the contract was reinstated for purposes that I just went through. They actually had to go back to the border to actually, they were contracted to go back and deal with safety issues. So when we stopped construction, there are many holes in the wall, there's ditches, there's all kinds of safety issues there. And to prevent people from injuring themselves, they went back to actually cure these issues. So that's why they were actually, and they're still down there, by the way, they're still working on this to this date. November 21 through July 22, Lone Star works with SBC's attorneys, Southern Border Contractors attorneys and accounting firms, as well as its own attorneys, to put together our TSP. So this is November 21 through July of 22. So, months and months go by. We're paying our attorneys, we're paying our accountants, six figures to make this all happen. July of 22, on the advice of our attorneys, Lone Star finally submitted a TSP. So basically what we did is we went to our prime and we said, we cannot wait any longer. We're going to submit. If the Army Corps throws it back at us, they throw it back. But we're hopeful that they see the urgency here and they actually take it. October of 22, so now we're almost 2 years into this. So January 21 to October of 22, nearly 2 years, we finally get an official meeting with the Army Corps of Engineers. And that started the audit process. So November 22, the audit process officially started. July or June of 23, or actually today, we are still in that audit process, okay? So we are now 2 years, 7 months without payment from July 21st of 2021. So we're in 2 years, 7 months. We're a small construction company. This is $3.6 million. That's a lot of money for a company of our size. It has had a substantial impact on our business. It's hurt us with our vendors. It's hurt us with potential contracts. So I can't, and the sad thing is we were literally trying to get into the heavy civil. This actually killed it. So we were actually moving, we were trying to diversify, we were getting into renewables. This actually, put a period on that sentence. We no longer can do that. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for listening to my my testimony, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. DeSoto. I now recognize Mr. Johnson for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Higgins, Chairman Bishop, Ranking Member Correa, and Ranking Member Ivy, and distinguished members of the subcommittees, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the Biden administration's decision to stop border wall construction and the effect it has had on Americans like me who live and work on or near the southern border. It is an honor to share my story with you all today, but also disappointing that this issue still exists. I'd like to speak briefly about my background and my relationship with the border. I was born and raised in southern New Mexico on a cattle ranch that borders Mexico for approximately 8.5 miles. This ranch has been in my family since 1918. Border issues are nothing new to me or my family. For example, my dad and my uncle had a pickup stolen from them at gunpoint by young men who had been guarding a drug field in Mexico. Cattle thieves have crossed into the United States to steal our cattle, and illegal immigrants have caused property damage, left trash, and broken into the homes of several of my family members. I also served 5 years in the United States Border Patrol as a patrol agent in El Paso, Texas. During my service, I worked along the Rio Grande River as well as spent 2 years with Air and Marine Operations. I resigned from the agency in 2016 in order to return to the family business. This experience has given me a unique perspective on the border, as I have seen it through the eyes of a stakeholder as well as a law enforcement officer. For over 100 years, our entire section of border was no more than a 5-strand barbed wire fence that my family and I maintained at our own expense. This fence was constantly damaged by illegal traffic, and no government agency would accept responsibility for this international boundary. In 2008, Normandy-style vehicle barrier was installed along roughly half of our border. Though an improvement, it did not solve the problem. The remaining border was still barbed wire fence, and this left us vulnerable to illegal foot traffic and vehicle drive-throughs. In April of 2020, wall construction had begun on our neighbor's ranch. Finally, a sense of security and relief from an open border was being provided. Normandy barrier and barbed wire fence was going to be replaced by a 30-foot tall concrete reinforced steel barrier with stadium-style lighting and sensor technology that provide agents real-time data on attempted crossings. This project came hot on the heels of the surge of traffic we had seen in 2019. As construction began on our ranch, illegal traffic was pushed to areas without the wall. The wall system was going to be the force multiplier that Border Patrol needed to gain operational control of the southern border. When President Biden signed the executive order to halt border wall construction, we were left with a 3/4-mile gap, one border monument access gate that hadn't been installed, and a few miles of wall that had not been filled with concrete or welded together. Contractors were told to stand down, leaving their equipment, material, and debris scattered along the border. It's important to note that in New Mexico, the wall was built on the Roosevelt Reservation. For this reason, my family and I were never approached by the federal government nor given any information regarding wall construction. All information I received was from talking to contractors or the United States Army Corps of Engineers. Contractors were eventually told to just make things safe. In doing so, wall panels were consolidated into 2 different areas, one on our ranch and the other on our neighbor. We were also left with 2 areas of massive piles of gravel and rock left over from the construction in the mountains. The above-mentioned locations on our ranch are on Bureau of Land Management land, and my family owns a grazing lease on said land. This material has been sitting on the border for over 2 years. Taxpayer dollars are being stockpiled rather than being utilized for their intended purpose. Contractors are now telling my family that these wall panels are going to be hauled off for scrap. If anyone ran their business as inefficiently as the federal government has handled this project since the shutdown, they would all be broke. In the months leading up to January 2021, there was little illegal traffic through our area. When the project was shut down, we saw an immediate increase in traffic. We continued to see this upward trend until Title 42 was lifted. Border Patrol agents tell me that the traffic in my area is slow, but remains steady. In closing, our government does not have operational control over our southern border. I rarely see an agent on the border in our area. If you do see an agent, they're further north chasing groups of people that have already made it several miles into the United States. I've traveled over 2,000 miles and left my family and business to be here today. Every time I leave, I fear for what my wife and kids may encounter because of our open border. These are fears I shouldn't have as an American living on American soil. My government is failing to protect this country, and the fiscal irresponsibility is appalling. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to testify today and look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I now recognize Dr. Tenorio for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Higgins and Bishop, ranking members Correa and Ivy, and members of the subcommittee. It is an honor to testify before you today about the humanitarian toll and the economic burden imposed by increasing the border wall heights across the southern region. I am a 4th-year neurological surgery resident physician at UC San Diego Health. As part of my duties, I treat patients with devastating neurological conditions, including injuries to the brain and spinal cord. This often requires emergent and life-saving treatment of injuries that also includes traumatic injuries after border falls. I have been at the front lines and witnessed to the devastation that these raised border walls have caused every single day. During my tenure at UC San Diego, my trauma colleagues and I have observed an unrelenting increase in traumatic injuries after these falls. We were the first institution to describe this phenomenon and have published several peer-reviewed articles detailing this emergent public health crisis. Our research shows that since the US-Mexico border wall was raised up to 30 feet in 2019, there have been a record number of traumatic injuries from border falls. Hospital admissions from border falls at our two major trauma centers have increased almost 10 times when comparing 2021 to 2016. Not only has the frequency increased, but the severity and mortality have risen significantly. There have been 16 deaths after the border wall was raised compared to 0 prior. We are also now seeing record number of severe injuries to the spine, the brain, and even the brain's blood vessels, which otherwise can only happen with high-impact trauma. Research from our colleagues in Texas also shows significant increases in border trauma admissions, indicating to us that this is widespread. In addition to the profound human cost, there has been increased economic burden to our healthcare system. At our hospital, charges for each patient suffering a spine injury after a border fall increased 70% since the border wall was raised. At our two major trauma hospitals, total hospital costs due to all traumatic injuries after border falls increased by 636%, from $11 million during the 2016 to 2019 period compared to $72 million during the 2020 to mid-2022 period. Now, these are individuals with families escaping violent threats, untenable economic conditions, and political upheaval. I am reminded of a young patient of mine who had suffered a severe spinal injury and would require surgery. He was a farm laborer back home who had lost his job and his home. He had a young daughter and a young wife, and he was now unemployed living in the streets. He came to the U.S. to escape extreme poverty and feed his family. Now, as I attended to him at our trauma bay and described the extent of his injury, his response wasn't whether he would be able to walk again, but rather he responded, ¿Cuándo voy a salir del hospital para ver a mi familia? When will I leave the hospital to see my family? Now, I asked the subcommittees to consider the following. Do you believe this individual left his family, risked his life, and climbed that 30-foot barrier due to trivial circumstances? As the son of a father who escaped violent threats in his hometown and now a witness to these stories, I can assure you that these people I care for are searching for the same things we all do: safety, security, and a chance for a better life for their family. Ultimately, these raised border walls have resulted in a record number of traumatic injuries, increased severity and mortality, and increased economic burden to our hospital systems. As a neurosurgeon, I must reveal this untold human suffering and strain on financially strapped hospital systems to our nation. I fear this trend will only get worse until we further study the full extent of the humanitarian and economic cost from our current border infrastructure. Only then can we determine sensible alternative solutions. Thank you to both subcommittees for inviting me to testify today, and I hope you do all within your power to recognize the harms of the raised border wall. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Tenorio. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. An additional round of questioning may be called after all members have been recognized. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questioning. Mr. Johnson, you stated you had massive piles of rock and gravel and material. I'm not talking about the steel. I'm talking about massive piles. Describe what you mean by that.
Thank you for the question, Chairman Higgins. In a portion of the area where the border wall was constructed on our ranch was through a slightly mountainous area, and so the mountains had to be taken down to certain grades to accommodate the wall. And in doing so, all that rock was taken and piled up. But rather than wasting that rock, they were going to crush that rock into using on the all-weather access roads that were to be constructed.
Understood. It was byproduct of the construction effort. Give us an idea, when you say massive, size, it was suburban or the size of this committee hearing room?
Probably 2 to 3 times the size of this room, sir.
Okay. There you go. So America can get an idea. It's on a man's private land. just left behind by the government. He's not gonna clear that with a shovel and a wheelbarrow.
No, sir, Mr. Higgins, if I may, that is on Bureau of Land Management land, but we own the lease of that land.
Oh, I understand.
It's not private property.
But that, certainly, it's not usable,
Correct.
right? And are you being compensated at all for the materials left behind, including the steel and anything else?
No, sir, not compensated. And like I mentioned in my testimony, we've never been reached out to by any government entity regarding this project. It's always been us reaching out to them.
Have you invoiced the government?
No, sir.
I suggest that you do. I'd like to see us discuss that in appropriations. Tell us about the steel, Mr. Johnson. When you say that you described it in your opening statement, but tell us how much steel has been left behind.
I haven't gone out and actually counted it just because of the vast quantities of it. But in the pictures that were up here a minute ago was the section that is on our property. And it's probably more than enough panels to fill that 3/4 mile gap. And then the storage yard on our neighbor's ranch has probably 3 to 4 times that in panels.
And you're by your observations, the steel, how would you grade the quality of that steel?
This grade A top American-made steel, when it was brought in for fabrication, it was brand new, hot off the presses.
You were a border agent at one time, sir?
Yes, sir.
You recall the original wall construction, those sections made from surplus DOD panels from the Vietnam era?
Yes, sir.
So relative to that, what my colleagues have said, old technology and, I mean, physical barriers as a concept for security shouldn't be quantified as old or new. It's a moving target. Will you describe this steel that's left behind as modern steel and robust steel as compared to the old steel that you witnessed and encountered when you were a border agent, the original wall?
There's truly no comparison. Those bollard wall square tubings are 1/2 inch thick with 2 joints of rebar and filled with concrete. There's
Are
absolutely
you familiar with the concrete that we had anticipated filling those bollards with?
In what sense, sir?
The kind of sense I can't even explain to you right now. So you've traveled a long way, and I want to acknowledge, Mr. Johnson, that you've dedicated a great deal of personal time to get here. We thank you for that. I would like to close by just asking Mr. Vitiello, you had 3 significant leadership roles in the Department of Homeland Security. How do you think things are going down there?
We're in the middle of the worst border crisis than we've ever seen. This administration chose to make incredibly bad choices about the policies that exist at our border today versus what they inherited. And just as an example, illegal migration along the southwest border when this president took over was at 45-year lows. Now we're seeing the worst surge ever. And even at half is what it was before Title 42 ended, it overwhelms the system that exists.
Yes, sir. My time has expired. I thank the panelists. I recognize the ranking member for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank the panelists for traveling far to be with us today. It's important that we, as policymakers, are informed of what's going on out there. So thank you for being here today. Start out with Dr. Tenorio, San Isidro area. Last time I was out there, I believe I counted 3 walls. How many walls do you have out there?
There's, from my understanding, currently there's an 18-foot barrier, and then there's a 30-foot barrier that was also constructed afterwards.
and those have been there for a while, and yet you still have these issues of people trying to crossing, and major injuries resulting.
Correct. So the border walls were, the construction was ended in the year 2019, at the end of 2019. So all of our studies and research shows that after that, meaning starting in 2020, we started seeing these record number of traumatic injuries. As a neurosurgeon, I treat some of the most devastating injuries to the brain and the spinal cord and even the brain's blood vessels. And a lot of these injuries, of course, we started seeing them after it was raised.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record, 20 minutes ago, CBP just released their June 2023 monthly update. I'd like to submit that for the record. And the numbers show lowest southwest border encounters since 2021, February 2021. In June, the first full month since the lifting of Title 42, the U.S. Border Patrol recorded 99,545 encounters between ports of entry along the southwest border. That's a 42% decrease from May of 2023. Total southwest border encounters in June, including individuals who presented at ports of entry, were 144,000, about a 30% decrease from May of 2023. These are the lowest monthly southwest border encounters since 2021. I'd like to present this for the record. And Mr. Johnson, if I can turn to you, sir. First of all, I want to say that you and your family should not be living in fear. You should not have those metal items left on your property, whether it's your private property or lease, just unacceptable. How long did you say, Mr. Johnson, that you've been living there, your family?
I was born and raised there, but I've been back since 2016 when I left the Border Patrol.
So generationally, you've been there you were born there, so you've been there, how many, your family, how many years?
We've been there for 105 years this year. I'm the fourth generation.
And when you and CBP in El Paso, were you green or blue uniform?
Green.
Green uniform, okay. And I'm in my mind, trying to figure out what's going on in that area. Was it this unsafe 100 years ago?
That's kind of a catch-2020 on that question. The dynamic.
Would you feel less safe today than your family did 50 years ago?
The demographic of the people crossing today versus 20, 50 years ago is completely different. 20, 50 years ago, the people crossing were legitimately trying to look for a better way of life. That's
legitimate, undocumented, looking for a job. And
Correct.
Today you have those refugees, you have others that maybe are not.
We don't have any refugees coming through in our area. These people are all wearing camouflage, concealing their footprints with booties. They do not want to be apprehended. They do not want to be part of the system. They're trying to slip through the cracks.
I would probably say there's probably some there also that have been pushed in your area given other activities along the southern border. So I think you're kind of bearing the brunt of a lot of things converging on your area of the country, I believe. Would you say that's possibly true?
To the best of my knowledge, sir, we're the first gap in the wall coming west out of El Paso, Texas, which is about 90 miles from us. And so I would say, yes, we're catching a lot of the extra activity that's being diverted around the wall.
Thank you. I don't have a lot of time left here, 25 seconds, but I just want to say that I want to thank you for being here. And again, I just think our policies need to be designed to make sure that as we try to address these management issues at the border, people like you are not put in harm's way, so to speak. And my earlier testimony was directed really at trying to make the point that we got to work with a whole lot of other factors, a lot of other solutions, a lot of other governments too, in trying to make sure we're addressing these issues. I think that you're here, you made the trip to testify, and I bet you there's folks out there that are also in your situation that couldn't afford to be here today to tell us what's going on. A lot of those people are north of the border and south of the border, and public safety, I think, is an issue that is relevant to all of us, north and south of the border and other regions of the world. So got to work together to make sure Johnson families, your challenges are addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Chairman Bishop for questioning for 5 minutes.
Mr. Johnson, since the Biden administration ordered a stop to the border wall construction that was in process, as you've described, what has the Biden administration done to protect you from the consequences that you've described?
In our area, the only thing that has changed is there's been one of the fixed integrated camera towers put in, and then they're also discussing putting in a rescue beacon on our ranch that will help migrants so that they get lost and give up. They can push a button on this rescue beacon, but I'm not quite sure what that has to do with border security.
How has that helped you?
It has not.
I was interested. Would you elaborate a little bit more? You said that people would come across here in camo?
Yes, sir, and it literally looks like a military invasion in the sense that they're all wearing the same camouflage, the same boots, the same backpacks, the same booties to conceal their foot tracks. They do not want to be caught.
Is this something that's happened only once or twice, or is it a pattern?
It's a pattern that started probably in the last, probably about 8 years.
Whose responsibility is it to protect you from that?
Last I thought, it was the United States government.
Why should you be subjected to that kind of invasion across your private property simply because you live and own property at the border of the United States?
I thought I should feel just as safe and secure 300 miles inland than where I'm at 3 miles off of the border where my house is located.
Folks have opined on this panel, these guys up here are all experts, you know, that border walls, barriers don't work. Mr. Vitello, do they work? You seem to have had a fair amount of experience with that.
They absolutely work. Anybody that's been in the Border Patrol for more than 5 minutes knows that it's much easier to control an area when you have a barrier technology and the sufficient number of agents plus access to the border to make it more secure. It provides an anchor for those agents to patrol and control area much more efficiently, much more effectively, and safer.
So how do these folks come up with this, or where's the expertise these folks are drawing on when they keep telling us border walls don't work?
I'm here to tell you that they do work. Spent a lot of time setting requirements, watching how it works, talking to agents, did a lot of planning around how we were going to protect that border, and they absolutely work.
So you've witnessed that they work to help interdict people who are crossing illegally. How about effects on communities adjacent to the border wall?
So it's a good question. So it's an anchor for all of the things you must do to control the border. I said earlier about overlapping deterrence. That's a good phrase for it. There is a particular community near San Ysidro, Chula Vista. Back in the 90s, before the national strategy and what Border Patrol was trying to elaborate across the southwest border, that was a lawless area. They had a chain link fence. Has been described by reporters, it was so badly overrun that it looked like a hammock. And just north of that area of the border was a no man's land. It was a big open area where nobody wanted to be. When the sun went down, bad things happened inside of that small canyon. After 1994, the initial fence that was talked about, the Vietnam landing mat, done by Border Patrol, very DIY project, but immediately after that barrier was installed, people started investing in that area just north of the border. Right now, if you go to that area, it has some of the best strip malls, outlet malls, restaurants, and homes that are worth multi-million dollars just north of the U.S.-Mexico border. 25 years ago, people would not go anywhere near that place when the lights were off, when the sun went down. And now it's one of the best neighborhoods in the region.
Mr. Johnson's family might be envious of that. Mr. DeSoto, what are the consequences for your business, for your family, of the federal government's unbelievably reckless means of curtailing this construction, ending this construction?
Thank you. The impacts have been primarily financial, stress-related as well. It's put a significant financial burden on our business. So we have,
Are you going to make it? Or are you going to fail?
I never like to quit. I like to think that we will make it. It's not easier though, but the reality is right now, it's fairly complicated. Our financial situation is fairly complicated. It actually involves the federal government and involves a Main Street loan, which is very difficult to deal with. The Main Street loan is not something I can go and renegotiate like I could if I had a bank. So my debt is with the federal government, which does not allow me to renegotiate. So it's not going to be easy to make it, to be quite honest. Yeah, that's the honest truth.
God bless you, sir. Mr. Johnson, your family as well. My sympathies are with you. My time has expired.
The gentleman yields. Ranking Member Ivy is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to follow up on Mr. Correa's point with respect to the new information that just came from CPB. That in the new numbers for June 2023, 144,607, looks like that's roughly, I guess in May 2019, the number was 144,116. So I guess it's comparable to where it was during that time in the Trump administration. I also want to mention, just ironically, this morning I mentioned my appreciation for the chair's comments and mentioned that, yes, working together is a good thing. Let's see if we can do that. And then I stopped by my office a few minutes ago and I got an article from, looks like the Daily Caller, Jennifer Taylor, and it says, exclusive, House GOP is about to drop a massive report alleging that Biden's DHS chief broke the law. I guess this is a build on to the 55-pager that we got the morning it was released a few weeks ago. The chairman, Chairman Green, the full committee chairman, goes through and discusses what's in it and the dereliction of duty claims and the like. I guess this is more efforts at the trying to push this towards the effort to impeach the secretary. I don't know who's filed which articles of impeachment for who over there, but this is kind of the same thing I was talking about a few minutes ago. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the way you've run this hearing, I really do. But there's a context to this, and that's kind of a disappointing piece. Mr. Vitello, I've got, what is this, neo-Klanist party? I guess this isn't new to you. I guess Senator Peters questioned you about this previously. Apparently, this is a statement that you made on a social media platform. Is that right?
It was brought up during the confirmation hearing for the ICE director position before the vote at the committee, in which I got bipartisan support. Yes, it was brought up then.
Okay, I mean, what does that even mean? What are you saying with a comment like that?
My statement is on the record at the hearing. I thought I was making a private communication with an entertainment show. I was wrong about that, and that was a public tweet. It was my novice ability of using Twitter back then. I apologized to the committee at the time and said I meant no offense to anyone, and we left it there.
Well, look, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you thought it was a private comment, although I can't say I find that particularly reassuring, the fact that you would...
It was based on the context that was in the program.
What program was that?
It is the Mark Levin show.
Okay, I'm not really familiar with that, so I guess I'll leave it alone, but I'll move on. I want to say this to Mr. DeSoto. I apologize if I mispronounced your name. I was studiously saying Lone Star earlier in the hearing, so I wouldn't mess it up. But as I said earlier, I don't know if you were in the room or not, but I really think it's important, and I guess this would apply to you too, Mr. Johnson, that the government takes steps to make sure that you're made whole as much as possible. I find your scenario particularly troubling because you're a business trying to act in good faith, contract with the government through a prime contractor, but that really shouldn't expose you to the type of scenarios that you've described here today. So I do hope that steps will be taken to address that, and we should be getting a response from the Army Corps that was promised to us. Mr. Johnson, I'm not as clear on what to do for you. I don't know if that's an Army Corps deal or not, but I do hope that we can try and take steps to address what's happened with you. But look, this is real people, real businesses getting caught in the crossfire of political disagreement in Washington, D.C. That's unfortunate that you're in the middle of that. I don't agree with the desire to spend whatever that number was. I think it was $22 billion to build 900 more miles of wall, because I think there are more effective and efficient ways to protect the border. My colleagues over here disagree. Let's shake it out. But I don't like having civilians get caught in the crossfire. So whatever we can do to try and correct this, I will work with whoever wants to do it to try and make it happen. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, is recognized for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vitiello, I would like to thank you for your service as our former U.S. Border Patrol chief. I really appreciate the job you did there. And I would also like to apologize to you on behalf of the committee for the accusation that just came against you. You were confirmed in a bipartisan Senate, so just wanted to extend that to you.
Thank you very much. I had a good run in government, I got cleared through the committee and was very close to a full confirmation, so thank you.
Yes. And also I would like to point out, it was said on this committee earlier that the border wall was an anti-American movement. That was said by a Democrat member earlier, and I think that is an egregious thing to say. The border wall was, being built to protect our country, protect our border, help our Border Patrol agents. I think the most anti-American moment in this country was when a giant fence was erected around the Capitol and left there for months, and our U.S. military was brought in and forced to sleep on the floor in parking garages for months at a time. I think that's an anti-American moment. But I'll move on. The CBP-1 app.
Would the gentlelady yield?
No, she will not. I will not.
All right.
The CBP-1 app is now allowing the orderly invasion of 1,500 illegal aliens per day into our country. And this is a serious problem. Mr. Johnson, as you live, you said, is it 3 miles from the border?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the CBP-1 app, with its orderly invasion, sending people to ports where they can make an appointment in their convenient time and choose a port of entry where they show up, and then they're allowed to come into the United States at the expense of the United States taxpayer, has this slowed down or stopped people from crossing the border and coming onto your land?
I can't speak to how the app's really helped, because up until just a few months ago, I wasn't even aware of this app, but we still have traffic coming through. It has slowed since Title 42 was lifted, but it has never stopped completely.
So it's never stopped. So people are still crossing the border illegally onto your land. This headline, I read it on our earlier panel. DHS announces steps to protect border communities from wall construction. This was an actual headline from 2021, April 30th, 2021. Did the wall construction or the border wall, did you feel threatened? Was your safety threatened by the wall?
It was quite the opposite. We were so glad to see it. It was, like I say, an answer to our prayers, because that was going to be some safety and security we had never seen before.
That's what I thought. It seems like it was a very good thing. It was actually helping. We had a Democrat amendment on this committee to disarm Americans 200 miles into the United States, taking away their guns. That would be you. It would take away your guns if that were made law. Do you think taking away your guns would help keep you and your family safe from the people that are constantly invading, coming across the border onto your land? Would taking away your guns help keep you safe?
Absolutely not. In our area, we are so rural, the only law enforcement we have is Border Patrol. Sheriff's Department's stretched thin, response times are well over an hour. You have to rely on yourself for your own safety.
So the Second Amendment, your right to bear arms, is your first line of self-defense.
It's not just a luxury, it's a necessity.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. In my district, Georgia's 14th district, which is in northwest Georgia, this is far away from Texas, far away from the border. The fentanyl-involved deaths have increased in Georgia alone, have increased by over 230%. But in my district, fentanyl-involved deaths have increased by over 350%. And this looks to be, as it has to be, a direct result of the Biden administration's policies. And you can't help but to wonder, what would it be like in my district? What would it be like in Georgia? What would it be like in the rest of the country if 300 Americans weren't dying every single day from fentanyl? So Mr. Vitiello, I'm sorry if I keep saying it wrong, I apologize. Would it be fair to describe the border wall, had it been completed, or at least what we have, as a force multiplier for Border Patrol in areas where it was installed?
100%. Where you have that barrier, you have an anchor for all of the technology and all of the operations that need to occur in that place in the world. And so when you control that area, that gives agents more opportunity to find and rescue people that are in distress, to find and rescue people who are being trafficked, to stop fentanyl from coming into the United States. It's a terrible situation that we're in. We talked a little bit about smuggling through these areas. All smuggling is organized, whether it's narcotics or people. And these cartels are being enriched because the pipeline that was opened up at the beginning of this administration is still open, regardless of CBP-1, regardless of the number of people, the reduced apprehensions, the reduced encounters. There's still thousands and thousands of people coming to the border every 24 hours. And having the right kind of infrastructure, having enough and sufficient agents, well-trained, and having the technology to support them is still important and always will be. I did this work for a long time. The American people have demanded a secure border for the entirety of my career, most acutely after 9/11, but that desire still continues, and it hasn't been addressed in a sufficient way. There was a lot of progress made in the last administration. That's all been ripped down now.
Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll want to yield some time to the ranking member of the O&I subcommittee.
Thank you, ma'am. I just had two quick comments. One was, it was surprising for me to hear that suggestion that putting up a fence around the Capitol after the invasion and raid that led to the deaths of several police officers was more dramatic or less dramatic than the actual invasion itself. So
Walls work, apparently.
Hopefully
Reclaiming my time. The time is for Mr. Ivy, not Ms. Green.
Yeah, hopefully we don't have Sinaloa trying to come into the Capitol. But what we had happen on January 6th was sufficiently bad, and I appreciate the Department of Justice prosecuting the 700 plus that have done so far. I yield back.
My question is actually for Dr. Tenario. Migrants who cross the southwest border in search of a better life in the United States face a perilous journey across rocky and dangerous terrain. All too often, Border Patrol agents find migrants who have been injured, dehydrated, or even drowning in the rivers along the journey. But just as dangerous are attempts to climb and breach the border wall, particularly since the Trump administration increased its height. The walls, no matter the height, do not deter migrants. They simply make it more deadly in their attempts to cross. So, Dr. Tenario, can you describe the nature of the injuries you've seen in your time at UC San Diego Hospital and how increasingly the height of the border will increase the number of fatal or near-fatal accidents?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as a neurosurgeon, I see some of the most devastating neurological injuries to the spine and the brain, which, as I mentioned, often require life-saving treatment. Since the border wall was raised, from our research and what I've observed at the hospital, taking trauma call at this trauma center, there have been a record number of spine injuries. They've increased fivefold since the border wall was raised. Now, more alarmingly, there has been an increase in the amount of brain injuries, and now we're seeing even injuries to the brain's blood vessels. Now, let me say that with these brain injuries and brain blood vessel injuries, we don't see these unless they're suffering from high impact trauma. And a lot of these patients that doesn't get captured in the fatality rate or the mortality rate these are devastating injuries. So these patients often can't, no longer interact with their family. So they're not counted as a fatality, but again, they're left without being able to interact with their families or unable to walk. They can't support their families anymore. Now, going to the mortality aspect, as I mentioned in my opening statement, there were 0 instances of fatalities after border falls. Now, after the border wall was raised, there's been 16. Now, let me mention that this only captures a fraction of what's going on because these are only fatalities that are recorded or captured, but I'm sure there's more that are happening that we don't know about either.
Well, I thank you, Doctor. We really got to find a way to address what has become a challenge to our nation and to those migrants who are seeking a better life. Certainly, climbing a border wall only to drop to your death or to a brain injury is not what they had in mind. They just wanted some freedom. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Ezell, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Johnson, during my first few months in office, I visited the border and saw firsthand the impacts of the Biden administration's refusal to resume border wall construction. In front of the mile-long gaps in our border system, there is steel that is literally rusting away. You said the federal government is treating your land like a warehouse because of canceled border wall contracts. Have these abandoned construction materials impacted your ranching business?
The areas where these materials are located are impacting us minimally in the sense of like cattle grazing, but it's more aesthetically displeasing, but it's more troublesome that it's sitting there on the ground instead of up in the air, serving its purpose as a wall.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. What's the government telling you about the steel bollards they left on your ranch? What are they telling you about it?
There's been 0 contact about any plans for removal. What we've heard is just from contractors in passing saying that it's going to be hauled off for scrap.
So the government hadn't contacted you and said anything?
No, sir.
Mr. DeSoto, if that's how I pronounce your name, details surrounding the cancellation of contracts have not yet been disclosed, but it's our impression that the government intends to continue the terminations for convenience. Can you talk about what the impact has been on your company while being on standby, waiting for the resolution? And how do these additional costs add up?
So the additional costs were in excess of almost $1.5 million that we had to absorb as part of our business. So that was, capital outlay at a time when, if you remember, this was during COVID. So our industry was impacted fairly significantly. And the border wall, as I mentioned earlier, was our first foray into heavy civil. So this was a line of business that we were looking to go into. We were actually excited when we got the contract because we assumed that this was actually going to help through COVID. It was something that was going to continue to be operational. So the impact has been significant. I'm not going to sit here and lie. It's not been the only impact. I'm not going to tell you that either. However, it has not helped at all. The most concerning thing for me was the lack of communication. The federal government simply can ignore you. They can ignore me when I can't invoice them. I have no recourse whatsoever. Even my prime had no recourse with the federal government. So that was what was most concerning. It was that the federal government simply would not communicate.
No engagement, no help, no anything.
No, I mean, other than, quite frankly, Congressman Pfluger's office, there was no communication from the government. Congressman Pfluger's office actually helped us through a lot of the difficulty, but I mean, there was no payment, but they helped to shepherd us in the right direction on many occasions.
Is there any way to renegotiate a settlement?
We are currently, we finally got the audit completed. They're offering 50 cents on the dollar for our submission. So that is where we stand right now. So we are actually literally next week probably going to negotiation with the Army Corps of Engineer. And then from there, we'll see, how that goes. It's going to be back and forth, I'm sure, for quite a while.
Please stay in contact with our office so that we can try to help you with this.
I appreciate that.
With that,
And
Mr.
I
Chairman, I
appreciate
yield back.
Yes, I do appreciate.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses that are here. I just want to also be clear. I think we have not heard real solutions along our border. I don't believe that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have proposed real solutions. What we've had, and what I've heard over the last few months, are some really out there and crazy ideas. We've heard everything from invading northern Mexico to the assertion that we should be sending missiles into Mexico. A member suggested we should maybe build an alligator moat to protect the border along the Mexican border. And of course, Donald Trump famously said that maybe we should even be shooting migrants in the legs to stop them from coming over the border. So these are actually all ideas that have been brought forward to address our border crisis, all of which are incredibly inhumane. But today I want to address some horrific news that is coming out of Texas. And this has been reported by the Houston Chronicle about the governor. Now, the governor's border security initiative, according to the Houston Chronicle, has ordered state troopers in the Department of Public Safety to push small children and nursing babies back into the Rio Grande River. And they've been told not to give them water to these asylum seekers, even in extreme heat. So I want to submit this article for the record. This actually just came out. I know it's getting a lot of attention. And if I can please submit this article into the record.
Without objection.
So state troopers on this detail have raised concerns that the policies were over the line and inhumane. And these are accounts from the state troopers in Texas. The individual reports themselves are horrific. A pregnant woman having a miscarriage was found late last month caught in a wire, doubled over in pain. A 4-year-old girl passed out from heat exhaustion after she tried to go through it and was pushed back by the Texas National Guard soldiers. A trooper suggested that Texas had set, quote, traps of razor wire wrapped barrels in parts of the river with high water and low visibility. And a trap, as we know, isn't something that deters migrants. It's something designed to hurt animals. I want to quote from this article directly, and I quote, "The trooper's email sheds new light on a series of previously reported drownings in the river during a 1-week stretch earlier this month, including a mother and at least one for 2 children, who federal Border Patrol agents spotted struggling to cross the Rio Grande on July 1st. It continues, according to the email, a state police boat found the mother and one of the children, who went under the water for a minute. They were pulled from the river and given medical care before being transferred to EMS, but were later declared dead at the hospital. The second child was never found, the email said. Never found. Now, this is sickening, it's un-American, and Governor Abbott's stunts have consequences. On another shift, medics said they found about 120 people camping out, including nursing babies and other young children, exhausted, hungry, and tired after a day where the temperature reached 108 degrees. Now, the medics were ordered to push these people back into the river. The medics said that this was, quote, not the correct thing to do, end quote, and that could have led to a risk of drowning or great injury. They were told to leave the area. Now, these aren't reports, by the way, from activists or human rights groups, which could just be ignored by some. These are actually quotes and statements from frontline law enforcement officials that are working there along the border. Another frontline law enforcement official said, and I quote, "I believe we have stepped over a line into the inhumane. We need to operate correctly in the eyes of God," end quote. Now, the United States, as far as I'm concerned, should not be leaving babies to die in the desert or forcing pregnant women back into rivers. We don't order our law enforcement officials to leave people to drown or die. We all want a secure and orderly border, but Governor Abbott's brutal orders aren't accomplishing that, and that needs to be brought up today in this hearing. This conduct is disgusting, and this issue surrounding this incident should be brought forward into this committee to answer questions. That governor needs to be held accountable. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Brashear, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So under the Trump administration, build a wall. Common theme, build a wall. Illegal immigration was at a 45-year low. Biden takes office, President Biden says, not another foot. We now have historic numbers of illegal immigration occurring at our southern border. It's not a coincidence. The thoughts on physical barriers go hand in hand with what we see as the consequence, the fruit of the decisions. Are you going to be serious about the rule of law, or are you not? We talk about deaths. I think all of us, in our humanity, our heart goes out to people that undergo hardship. But where's the hardship coming from? What is causing people to drown as they cross the Rio Grande? It's because of a message that says our border is open, increases the number, increases those people that are drowning. We talk about things that are happening. 18 to 45-year-olds, leading cause of death is fentanyl. That's happening now under the not another foot thought. What about human trafficking? What about the 85,000 children that we can't account for in the last 2 years? Sound of Freedom's a movie that's getting a lot of attention. We know that people, those single adults, are using children and they're sending them back across to bring across another single adult. We don't have any idea how many of these children are being utilized for a sex trade. I mean, that's the real tragedy of this, is that we are, by our dereliction of enforcing the rule of law, we're compounding the problems. So, Mr. Tenorio, as the Democrat invited witness to come before us, who has continued, just to make sure I'm understanding this, your contention is because people have fallen off the wall, and you've, as a doctor, have seen more accidents and incidents, you're contending that is justification for bringing down the wall. Am I understanding that correctly?
Let me clarify that for you, Representative. So I'm here as a neurosurgeon speaking out on my experience as a neurosurgeon at a level 1 trauma center near the border.
But just to reclaim my time, but your contention is because of the incidents of the accidents, the walls should come down. They're causing more injury. That's your contention, correct? Yes or no?
That is not my contention, no.
So you believe we should continue the wall construction?
I came here, I'm not a border policy expert, and that's outside of my expertise.
But I've heard you imply that because of people falling off the wall, we should tear down the wall. I mean, I've heard that implication. Am I wrong in understanding you?
I did not make that statement.
Is that your thought?
As I mentioned, I'm not a border policy expert.
I think
I came here as a neurosurgeon
I understand.
to speak on what I've seen at the hospital.
I've heard the implication. I think it's pretty clear to those of us that you don't support walls because people are falling off walls and they're getting hurt. Here's where I want to go with this. For all of us, just to make a sound judgment call, okay? Mr. Johnson, I read, from 1918, your family's had a ranch. 4th generation rancher. Same situation, except I live in Oklahoma. 1918, my great-grandfather moved in and started a family ranch. I don't have to deal with what you have to deal with. I don't have to go climbing in the deer woods and worry about if I'm out there deer hunting, if I could be the one that could be the prey because somebody that's running a cartel ring could shoot me deer hunting on my own place. That's the kind of what I understood from what you described. You deal with that. That's a sad reality. I want to go back to this thought, though. I mean, if somebody cuts the fence and is stealing your cattle, I mean, given what you described, they're not having to cut the fence to steal your cattle, and they slice their hand, should you be responsible for their medical bills?
No, sir.
Okay, so train of thought. Airport parking has barriers around it. Somebody climbs over that wall and breaks the law.
You'll be liable.
Is it my responsibility to be liable because that business owner was trying to protect my property? I mean, if somebody's trying to break into my home, should I tear the door down to make it easier for them the next time so they can come inside my door? Because we're talking about lawlessness. Our heart goes out to people that are harmed, but we're talking about people who are breaking the law. Someone said a while ago, they're just trying to get freedom. Then do it legally. Go through a port of entry. There are many people who do that. With that, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all the witnesses on our panel for coming today and testifying. I want to start with Mr. Vitiello real quick. Sir, you and I were talking about similar things. You called it a security system. I was talking about overlapping deterrence. Either way, it's really the same thing, right? It's just multiple overlapping deterrents that work in conjunction to create the most security possible for whatever institution we're talking about, whether it's a country, a prison, a school, right?
I agree with you.
And you were, how long were you in the Border Patrol, sir? Was it 33 years?
I wore the uniform for 33 years, and I was in ICE for almost the last year I was in.
And you were a chief, is that correct, Mr.
I was a chief in 2 locations on our northern border, and then the Rio Grande Valley in Texas, and then I was chief at headquarters for a time.
Sir, knowing what you know about border security, what does it make you think when you sit in this chamber and you hear individuals attacking one part of that security system or one of those deterrents, like the wall?
It's a little bit frustrating. We should be agnostic about whether walls work or not. It's not a partisan issue. Walls work. Everybody that's been in the Border Patrol for more than 5 minutes recognizes it's easier to control a territory on the border when you have infrastructure that goes along with it. And not just wall. We talked about the comprehensive nature of it. And I was thinking through this just a couple of minutes ago. We often talk in this chamber and others in this building about comprehensive immigration reform. Let's talk about comprehensive border security, which talks about our foreign relations overseas, which talks about what Mexico and Canada can do for us to help secure our border. Let's talk about what the state and locals can do and what communities can be active and talk about. And then you have to have physical infrastructure if you want to be successful, especially in the urban areas.
Thank you, sir. I want to transfer real quick to Doc Tenorio. Doc, thank you for coming. I also want to say thank you for your service. It must, I was listening to your testimony, it must be really hard to watch, somebody, a young kid or even a mom or a dad come in to your emergency room or your hospital and see a leg broken or a stress fracture, a spinal injury, or a TBI. Is it pretty tough to watch that, sir?
Yes, it is, and thank you for the comment. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Doc, I wanted to ask you, because I noticed you're getting teared up. I can tell that, witnessing these injuries really affect you. But I did want to know, Doc, have you ever seen an American who's overdosed on fentanyl? Have you ever had to treat one of those?
I have not had to treat one of those as of today, no.
How about any of your colleagues? Any of your colleagues ever have to treat anybody that's overdosed on fentanyl?
Yes, they have. I haven't spoken to them about the specifics and what the experience is like, though.
Okay. Doc, do you know how many Americans every day, or I should say every year, are dying of fentanyl in the U.S.?
No, I do not.
Okay, it's about 70,000 right now.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I just want to say, Mr. Crane, totally agree with you in the fentanyl challenge. And that's why we're trying to figure out the priorities in my mind right now. If we want to keep fentanyl out, you go work on make sure our ports of entry are much more secure because that's where 90% of the problem is.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Yield back, take my time. The reason I'm pointing it out, Mr. Ranking Member, is because obviously you guys called him here to talk about the injuries that he's witnessed from the extended height of our walls, right? But I want to point out, again, this is the Homeland Security Committee. Our primary job in this committee is to make sure that our Homeland Security units have the necessary resources, funding, and equipment to make sure that Americans are safe. So, Doc was talking about 16 people that he knows of that have died because they fell off that wall. That's horrible. That's horrible, Doc. But since the Biden administration took office, Doc, do you have any idea how many Americans have died because of fentanyl? I just gave you the 1 year number. Any idea how many have died in the 3 years?
That I cannot speak to that, no.
300,000, Doc. How would you like to treat one of those individuals? How would you like to break the news to those family members that, and I know you're a man, you have a heart. I could see that. But I'm asking, do we care about those individuals as well?
Absolutely. As a physician, I took an oath to take care of every patient that comes through our hospital, and I treat every patient the same.
And I appreciate that, Doc. I think that's great. The last thing I want to say is, Mr. Johnson, how does it make you feel when you hear politicians that you know have camera systems, locked doors, walls, security system, and often armed personnel sit here and talk about how walls don't work? Do you think that they might change their tune a little bit, Mr. Johnson, if they lived at your ranch?
I think that's a big issue is nobody truly knows what's going on the border. The ports of entry, there's more assets allocated there than there are in between the ports of entry. I know that from a professional career as a Border Patrol agent versus my point of view as a stakeholder now. And I would like to take this time to the opportunity to invite any member of this committee to come down to my ranch, and I will show you firsthand what we are dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. I thank the witnesses for their testimony today and the members for their questions. The members of the subcommittees may have additional questions for the witnesses, and we would ask that the witnesses respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7D, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. Without objection, the subcommittees stand adjourned.
The Committee on Homeland Security will come to order. Without objection, the chair may declare the committee in recess at any point. Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, is permitted to sit on the dais and ask questions of the witness. Before I start my opening comments today, I'd like to make a few administrative notes. First, and most importantly, today is the United States Army's birthday. We have purchased a birthday cake to the United States Army, and it is in the joint room for both parties, members, and staff to enjoy. Please, as you're having a piece of cake, reflect on the 248 years of men and women who've served our great nation in the United States Army. Also, before we start today, I want to point out that this is an oversight hearing, And it's the beginning of several that will follow, and I'm guessing that the party that holds the White House will differ in their opinions to the party not in the White House. That's okay. I'm certain we can all conduct ourselves without disrupting the decorum of this committee by using unparliamentary words to attack an individual's character. You can attack behavior, you can attack decisions, you can engage in debate, you can say doing this or that makes no sense, you can even say something is stupid. But you just can't say that an individual is stupid. And I understand that it's a subtle difference, but it has been the standard of this committee for many chairmen before me, and it will be enforced by me too. Lastly, next week we will hold our first joint meeting of all the cyber-related subcommittees. The intent is to begin a paradigm shift in how we approach cybersecurity in a bipartisan, multi-committee fashion. We need a whole-of-government approach. We need to break down the silos in government and in Congress. Industry, and especially the administration's cyber folks, love this idea. All members of our cyber subcommittee should attend. It is a breakfast, and we'll host some of the nation's brightest cybersecurity experts. I encourage all members of the Committee of Homeland Security to engage and attend. The cyber border is just as important as any other border. In July, we're going to hold another administrative note here. We're going to hold a substantive markup that we also hope will be bipartisan, tentatively aiming for the first week back in session in July. We need to move early in July to deal with the reauthorization of the Chemical Facilities Anti-Terrorism Standards Statute, or CFATS. It's my hope we can do this and other legislation in a bipartisan way. And now for the business of the day. The purpose of this hearing is to receive testimony on Secretary Mayorkas's dereliction of duty. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. On February the 2nd, 2021, Alejandro Mayorkas was sworn in to be the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. He swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and faithfully discharge the duties of his office. Since then, the American people have suffered from a national security, humanitarian, and public safety disaster at the southwest border. A disaster that has turned every city into a border city and every state into a border state. In just over 2 years under Secretary Mayorkas, more people have entered our country illegally than in the 12 years of the Obama and Trump administrations combined. This includes more than 5.2 million apprehensions at the southwest border, more than 6.1 million apprehensions factoring in America's northern and maritime borders, and at least 1.5 million known gotaways, illegal aliens who slip across our border without being caught and are now at large in the United States. This should terrify every American. Based on Border Patrol statistics of criminal aliens they do catch, those gotaways could include as many as 1,180 aliens guilty of DUIs, 285 guilty of sexual assault, and more than 3 dozen guilty of murder. Last fall, an illegal alien struck and killed Florida Sheriff's Deputy Mike Hartwick before fleeing the scene. The alien had entered the country illegally in October 2021 in Texas and was sent back to Mexico, but at some point re-entered our country as a gotaway. An unknown number of national security threats are pouring across our border each and every day. Since October of last year, Border Patrol has reported nearly 10,000 arrests of Chinese nationals that have illegally crossed the southwest border, and the number continues to increase every month. I've confirmed that some of the Chinese nationals coming in have ties to the Chinese Communist Party and the People's Liberation Army, and they've been released into the United States. That's all I can share at this point. We'll be holding a classified briefing in the near future on this for all members. DHS has no way to verify the identities and backgrounds of these individuals. They are almost always quickly released into the interior of our country to do who knows what. This is the height of madness, releasing unvetted individuals from our nation's most dangerous adversaries into our local communities. That's what Secretary Mayorkas is doing. With each and every one of these individuals, Mayorkas is putting our national security at risk. U.S. law states that one of the foremost duties of the Secretary of Homeland Security is to control and guard the borders of the United States, but Secretary Mayorkas has surrendered control of our southwest border to the Mexican cartels. Today, nothing comes in or out without the cartel's knowledge and tacit approval. They have seized full control, pushing not just historic numbers of illegal aliens across, but record amounts of drugs like fentanyl, which killed more than 71,000 Americans in 2021, a horrific new record. Fentanyl is now the leading cause of death for Americans ages 18 to 49. American children are attending the funerals of their friends who have died of fentanyl poisoning. According to one recent study, more than 1,500 kids under the age of 20 died from fentanyl poisoning just in 2021, more than 4 times as many as in 2018. Secretary Mayorkas has put all families at risk, even families visiting from overseas. The Lavenir family from France tragically lost their 19-month-old daughter, Honora, to fentanyl poisoning when on vacation in Florida. This beautiful little girl was exposed to fentanyl left behind by the previous occupant of their rental unit. How can any family in America feel safe when a stay in a hotel or an Airbnb could end up with the death of a child? The devastating consequences don't stop there. Some other highlights of the Secretary's open borders policy include the following: more than 350,000 encounters of unaccompanied minors. The administration has since lost control of at least 85,000 of these children. Tragically, many of them are being trafficked, abused, and exploited. According to a damning New York Times investigation, many of these children are being forced to do dangerous jobs that violate the U.S. child labor laws, all because of Mayorkas' decision to stop vetting the sponsors. From October 1 to 2020 to March 2023, Border Patrol recorded nearly 28,000 arrests of illegal aliens with criminal backgrounds, approximately 6,000 more total arrests than the previous 4 fiscal years combined. These numbers do not include data from states like Texas, which has apprehended hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens and recorded more than 27,000 arrests of illegal aliens itself. In FY21, Border Patrol discovered 568 dead migrants at the southwest border, nearly double the 254 found in FY20. In FY22, the number jumped to 853. More than 1,700 migrants have died on U.S. soil while trying to enter this country illegally on Mayorkas' watch, people he encouraged to make the journey. Mayor Adams of New York recently stated that more than half of the hotel rooms in New York City are now filled with illegal aliens. Cities like Chicago are putting illegal aliens ahead of their own citizens, allocating millions of dollars to house and care for those arriving to their city, infuriating residents and neighbors like South Shore who won't get those resources. In May, Chicago Mayor Lightfoot stated, "We simply have no more shelters." Medicaid spending on emergency medical services for illegal aliens more than doubled in FY20 to FY21 from around $3 billion to more than $7 billion. This suffering and death falls squarely on the shoulders of the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, a man who has been derelict in his duty to protect America. Since his first day in office, Secretary Mayorkas has intentionally undermined America's immigration laws and ended meaningful border security enforcement, and in its place implemented an extreme agenda of open borders. The vast majority of those crossing our borders illegally are coming not because of COVID-19, climate change, or because CBP doesn't have enough funding. They're coming for economic reasons, and they're coming in record numbers because Mayorkas left the door open, unlocked. Those individuals typically possess no legitimate claim to asylum, and under prior administrations, both Democrat and Republican, most would have been quickly deported. The difference now? Mayorkas and his policies. Yet not once has he taken responsibility for this mess. The mountain of evidence this committee has gathered proves that Alejandro Mayorkas has been derelict in his duty as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Upon assuming office, he immediately went to work reversing and tearing down the effective border policies of the last 2 administrations, replacing them with an open borders policy of mass catch and release. He has also repeatedly violated laws passed by this Congress. To date, our investigation has uncovered nearly a dozen violations of statutes and court orders. Consider just a few examples. The evidence shows that Mayorkas has repeatedly violated the law that prohibits mass parole of aliens into the country. The statute makes clear parole is only to be granted on a case-by-case and temporary basis for an urgent humanitarian reason or significant public benefit. Instead, Mayorkas has done the opposite, directing and overseeing a release of hundreds of thousands of aliens via mass parole in just 2 years through various programs, including more recently his CBP One app. The evidence also shows Mayorkas has violated the clear language of the Immigration and Nationality Act, requiring illegal aliens to be detained while their claims are resolved. At his direction, millions of illegal aliens have been released into the country through a program called Alternatives to Detention, via other mass parole, or with a notice to appear in court. And DHS's own data shows that when illegal aliens are not detained at all or are only detained for a short time, then released into the interior, they are almost never removed. Mayorkas and his defenders like to claim that we simply don't have detention space for the historic number of illegal aliens being drawn to the border by his disastrous policies, which is the epitome of circular reasoning. You don't get to break the law in order to fix the consequences of your reckless decisions. The evidence further shows Mayorkas has also violated the laws regarding the deportation of illegal aliens. Illegally entering the United States is a criminal, deportable offense. Mayorkas has decided enforcing that law is just optional. Passed by Congress, but he can just make it optional. First, he has issued guidance making it harder for ICE to detain and deport the vast majority of illegal aliens in this country. As a result, deportations have plummeted, and the number of illegal aliens on ICE's non-detained docket has grown by more than 2 million people in just 2 years. It gets worse. Mayorkas has flagrantly violated the laws requiring him to detain illegal aliens. His own acting ICE director, Tay Johnson, told Congress in April that ICE had actually been releasing hundreds of illegal aliens into the country, into our communities. When I last checked, the United States was a nation of laws. We expect our leaders to follow the laws that Congress passes, and those who fail to do so should be exposed and face the consequences. The Constitution is clear. Congress writes the laws, and officers like Mr. Mayorkas are sworn to enforce them. No one is above the law, not even the Secretary of Homeland Security. His failure to uphold his oath and follow the law has been the driving force behind the disaster at the border. Mayorkas has consistently made statements to Congress and the American people that demonstrate either dishonesty or gross incompetence, perhaps even both. He said at least 19 separate times some variation of the border is secure, even telling members of this committee in 2021 that the border was no less secure than previous. He also claimed to have operational control of the border per the definition of the Secure Fence Act of 2006. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz confirmed to this committee in March that DHS in fact did not have operational control of the border. Only after this did Mayorkas backtrack and tell the Senate later in March that no secretary has ever had such control per the definition. Mayorkas has claimed his policies are not responsible for the crisis, but they are. He claimed he was handed a dismantled system. He wasn't. He claimed that DHS is promptly expelling illegal aliens. They aren't. Our investigation has unearthed nearly 80 occasions on which Mayorkas has been outright dishonest or misleading, and other instances in which he has displayed unacceptable ignorance about the basic aspects of the ongoing crisis. Dereliction of duty is a serious matter. I spent 24 years in the Army. I know what it means. It means someone has either willfully or negligently failed to do their duty, or has done such a poor job that there is no reasonable excuse. When that individual is the cabinet secretary who swore an oath to defend the Constitution and the homeland, the charge is even more serious. Again, today marks the United States Army's 248th birthday. As a West Point graduate, as I said, I served 24 years. I know what dereliction of duty is when I see it, and as a commissioned officer, I was responsible for holding those guilty of it accountable. There is zero doubt in my mind that Secretary Mayorkas has been derelict of his duty. As the people's elected representatives, this committee has a duty to investigate Mayorkas and bring any wrongdoings to the American people. What we have found thus far is damning. To date, our investigation has discovered that he has violated the laws of the United States, abused the authority of his office, and betrayed the public trust through repeated dishonest and misleading statements to Congress and the American people, while also demonstrating gross incompetence. I cannot imagine why President Biden, who is charged with defending the American people as Commander-in-Chief, would continue to tolerate this. Our investigation will show the President why he should fire Mayorkas immediately, or own this failure himself. This isn't about politics or policy or disagreements. It's about law and order and the safety of the American people. It's about whether a cabinet secretary has followed the law, upheld his oath, and been faithful to the public trust. The American people want answers to this crisis. They deserve the truth. Unfortunately, Alejandro Mayorkas has been derelict in his duty as the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. The cartels are thriving, migrants are suffering, and Americans are dying. Their blood is on Secretary Mayorkas' hands. I hope every member of this committee works together to fix this disaster. I now recognize the ranking member, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for his opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Americans have gotten used to political theater from congressional Republicans, but this hearing is a new low. You don't have to look further than the title to know that the hearing is a sham. Calling a hearing and saying case closed before you've heard any testimony is not legitimate oversight. It's obvious this hearing isn't really about border security. It's not even really about Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas or the Department of Homeland Security. It's about partisan politics. It's about House Republican leadership catering to its most extreme mega members who want to impeach someone, anyone at all. It's about trying to make good on GOP backroom deals to elect a speaker, raise the debt ceiling, and stave off a mutiny in the Republican ranks. If the hearing title alone doesn't make it obvious, just look at who the majority has invited to testify. The last time this committee called Mr. Wolf to testify, he was serving a role as acting Secretary of Homeland Security. He was asked to testify to the committee's annual hearing on threats to the homeland, but he refused to appear. He was subpoenaed and ultimately defied that subpoena. Mr. Wolf was a no-show at a hearing to inform Congress on terrorist threats facing our nation. But he comes to the Hill twice in the last week to appear before the Judiciary Committee and here today to engage in political gamesmanship. Perhaps Mr. Wolf is also trying to distract from his abysmal tenure at DHS, a tenure that included the department's intentionally taking children from their parents at the border, changing and delaying a report on Russian interference in the 2020 election, and misusing DHS personnel to crack down on peaceful protesters in Portland. As it turns out, he was even serving unlawfully as acting secretary, having been appointed outside the department's succession orders. In fact, Mr. Wolf was the 5th person to run DHS and the 2nd to do so unlawfully in less than 3 years under President Trump, a stark reminder of the chaos and dysfunction of that administration. I expect that today's Republicans will try to rewrite the history of the Trump administration and its border security and immigration policies. But the truth is, under the last administration, DHS took children from their parents, forced individuals fleeing violence and persecution to wait in Mexico, and expelled unaccompanied children at our border. The truth is, the last administration dismantled our lawful immigration system to the point where it could barely function. The policies were not only terribly cruel, but also incredibly ineffective. They didn't address fundamental border security challenges, fix our broken immigration system, or respond to the ongoing global migration phenomenon. Instead, they made the problem worse. For example, the number of encounters at the border jumped sharply after President Trump implemented Title 42, and they made vulnerable people suffer. That is the mess the Biden administration inherited, and that is what Secretary Mayorkas has had to deal with since taking office. Mr. Chairman, legitimate oversight follows the facts, and the facts is that the Biden administration's plan to address these challenges are working. The number of Border Patrol encounters have plummeted by 70% since the Biden administration ended Title 42 last month. The number of overall border encounters have dropped by 50% in that time, due in large part to DHS's hard work under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership. The Biden administration has reestablished lawful pathways for migrants to access the asylum system. It has also utilized parole on a case-by-case basis for those fleeing certain totalitarian or communist regimes in our hemisphere. At the same time, it has made clear that our borders are not open and those arriving outside lawful pathways will be sent home. Recent deportation and removal numbers reflect that hard reality for many. Unlike its predecessor, the Biden administration is enforcing border and immigration laws in an orderly, humane way, consistent with precedents set by prior administrations of both parties. Some may not like that, but those are policy differences and nothing more. You don't impeach a cabinet secretary because you don't like their policies, and you certainly don't impeach a cabinet secretary to appease extreme members of your political party. Secretary Mayorkas is fulfilling his duty under the law and to the American people. If the Republican majority doesn't like what he's doing, they should work with Democrats to pass bipartisan border security and immigration reform legislation. Apparently, they prefer political theater and sloppy, inaccurate, quote-unquote report instead. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted to the record, and I'd like, without objection, to enter into the record the DHS order of secession, which shows that Mr. Wolf had the authority to serve as secretary. Without objection, so ordered. I'm pleased to have a distinguished panel of witnesses before us today on this overdue discussion. I ask that our witnesses please rise and raise their right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give before the Committee on Homeland Security of the United States House of Representatives will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have answered in the affirmative. Please be seated. You're done. Okay. I'd like to now formally introduce the witnesses. Mr. Chad Wolf serves as America First Policy Institute's Executive Director, Chief Strategy Officer, and the Chair for the Center of Homeland Security and Immigration. Prior to joining AFPI, Mr. Wolf was the former Acting Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. During his time at DHS, he successfully navigated numerous global and domestic challenges to the nation's security, including COVID-19, civil unrest, numerous border and immigration crises, historic natural disasters, and threats to global aviation security. Prior to his service as DHS, he spent over 10 years in the private sector, helping clients manage risks, and before that worked here on Capitol Hill. He has received the U.S. Secretary of Transportation 9/11 Medal, the U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security Distinguished Service Medal, and the National Intelligence Distinguished Service Medal. Mr. Joe Edlow has an extensive distinguished background in immigration policy. He most recently served as Acting Director of U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. Prior to that position, he served as the Chief Counsel for USCIS. Before his time at USCIS, Mr. Edlow worked on immigration issues in various capacities under the Trump administration, including with the Executive Office of the President and the Justice Department's Office of Legal Policy. He served from 2008 to 2015 as Assistant Chief Counsel for the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He possesses significant experience on Capitol Hill as well, including stints with the House Judiciary Committee and former Representative Raul Labrador of Idaho. Mr. Rodney Scott is a law enforcement officer and the former Chief of the United States Border Patrol, where he served from January 2020 to August 2021, under both President Trump and President Biden. Scott has served in the Border Patrol and CBP since 1992. Throughout his career, Mr. Scott held roles such as Assistant Chief in CBP's Office of Anti-Terrorism in Washington, D.C., as well as the Division Chief and Director for the Incident Management and Operations Coordination Division at CBP headquarters. Ms. Eleanor Acer is a Senior Director for Refugee Protection at Human Rights First, where she oversees Human Rights First's research and advocacy on issues relating to refugee protection, asylum, and the human rights of migrants. Ms. Acer served on the American Bar Association's Commission on Immigration as the Vice Chair of the Refugee Council, USA from 2006 to 2008 and currently serves on its board. Ms. Acer received her JD from Fordham University School of Law and her BA in History from Brown University. I thank all the witnesses for being here today, and I now recognize Mr. Wolf for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Green, Representative Thompson, thank you again for the opportunity to testify today. By any objective measure or metric, the U.S. is facing the worst humanitarian and national security crisis along our southern border in our nation's history. Today's border security system is unrecognizable from the America First policies of the Trump administration or even those in place during previous administrations. In all candor, this is the first administration of either political party to deliberately take steps to diminish the security along our southern border. Here's the situation along the border today. This country has experienced the largest mass-scale catch-and-release policy that has resulted in more than 4.5 million illegal aliens, including 1.5 million known gotaways, being allowed into American communities. That is a population larger than every major U.S. city except for New York City. There have been more than 200 known or suspected terrorists apprehended at the southern border, compared to just 11 during the Trump administration. The border is effectively controlled by the Mexican cartels. Fentanyl is coming across the border in record amounts and is the leading cause of death of young Americans. More migrants have died during their journey than ever before. 380,000 children and counting have been trafficked or smuggled across the southern border and abused physically, mentally, and in some cases sexually along the horrendous journey. In the last 2 years, this administration has lost contact with more than 85,000 children after releasing them to sponsors, many of them unvetted, and tens of thousands of children have been subjected to indentured servitude and harsh forced labor situations. And lastly, we are seeing a concerted effort to facilitate illegal aliens into the country at ports of entry through an unlawful parole program and a CBP-1 app to disguise or otherwise hide the extent of the crisis from the American people. I understand the difficulty and complexity of running the Department of Homeland Security, but it is clear to me and to millions of Americans that this is a crisis by design and one that was avoidable. I'm here today as a veteran of DHS, having served at the department in 2 presidential administrations spanning over 7 years, holding 8 senior-level positions that culminated in serving as the acting secretary, but perhaps most importantly, earning the respect of the department's law enforcement officials along the way. And while I look forward to today's discussion, as you have already heard, some members will choose to attack me because I am critical of the administration's actions surrounding this crisis. This is what you will likely hear. This is what you have heard. They will claim I ignored a subpoena to appear before this committee in 2020. What they have failed to provide you is the relevant context that I gave this committee over 2 months of dates for that hearing and for my availability, and that a hearing was never scheduled, or that it would have been improper for me to testify after President Trump nominated me to be DHS Secretary. They will attack me because of questions surrounding the department's order of succession and how it affected my role as acting secretary, a role that I am very proud of. To the extent they mention policies, they will fixate over a short-lived zero tolerance from 5 years ago while staying completely silent about the historic and ongoing migrant child trafficking crisis facilitated by this administration. The reason we see a border in crisis and chaos is simple. The Biden administration has dismantled all of the proven and effective policies put in place under the last administration. That includes well-known policies like the Remain in Mexico and the asylum cooperative agreements with the Northern Triangle, but it also includes more than 24 lesser-known but effective policies, such as a third country transit asylum bar, a humanitarian asylum review process, a prompt asylum claim review, a regulation to end fake families and the cruel recycling of migrant children, having Border Patrol agents conduct credible fear screenings, internal relocation guidance, expedited removal, ending nationwide catch and release, maxing out ICE detention capacity, and exceeding annual deportation targets. And the list goes on, and every one of those have been torn down. By comparison, this administration has embraced ineffective and unlawful policies that have made American communities dangerous and have enriched the Mexican cartels. These policies include a nationwide catch and release scheme that incentivizes millions and millions of other illegal aliens to enter illegally, a 100-day deportation freeze for all illegal aliens, including criminals, releasing illegal aliens on an honor system to self-report to ICE field offices, exempting 99% of illegal aliens from deportation, the lowest level of ICE detention capacity, the lowest deportations in modern history, terminating Remain in Mexico, and fully exempting children from Title 42. This is dangerous, and this is an inhumane approach that need not occur. The laws did not change between administrations, just the decision by this one not to follow the laws. For the reasons cited here and others I'm happy to discuss, it is my professional opinion that this administration is derelict in its duty to faithfully execute the laws as written and protect American communities. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
I now recognize Mr. Edlow for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to present testimony today regarding the continuing threats to the integrity of our immigration system caused by the Secretary and the Department of Homeland Security's willful disregard of our country's immigration laws. The Biden administration, through the Secretary, has seen fit to ignore the law, instead favoring poorly conceived and poorly executed policy decisions. Actions through executive orders, departmental memos, and rules lay waste to the INA and congressional intent. It has eroded our immigration system and propelled the crisis to current levels. As the chairman said, Section 102 of the INA charges the Secretary of Homeland Security with administration and enforcement of the act, and further vests in the Secretary the power and duty to control and guard the boundaries and borders of the United States against the illegal entry of aliens. The massive number of encounters recorded by CBP and the small number of alien removals by ICE, however, suggest that this Secretary has failed to faithfully execute the laws entrusted to him. Since day one of the administration, the department has taken aggressive action to undermine immigration enforcement. Nowhere is that clearer than Secretary Mayorkas' September 30th, 2021 memorandum outlining the appropriate instances in which DHS was authorized to take action against aliens either unlawfully present or lawfully present but removable. Specifically, Secretary Mayorkas outlined 3 main buckets for removal: threats to national security, threats to public safety, and threats to border security. While in theory this would seem to encompass many aliens, in reality the numerous carve-outs, loose definitions, and required factors for consideration made it nearly impossible for ICE to move forward with most enforcement actions. These poorly defined categories gave even some of the most serious of criminal aliens a free pass in the interest of equity. Let me be clear, there is a time and a place for prosecutorial discretion, which has been recognized by the Supreme Court. However, memos targeted at whole groups and not on a case-by-case basis do not comply with the contours of such discretion. Categorical prosecutorial discretion is not discretion at all. It is instead an effort to undermine the enforcement mechanisms clearly found in the law. The department's failure to enforce the full INA in the name of prioritization and discretion is a dereliction of duty. The rampant parole abuse that we now witness is exactly why Congress saw fit to change the law in 1996. Replacing emergent reasons or for reasons deemed strictly in the public interest with on a case-by-case basis for humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, Congress signaled its intention to clamp down on the process. It specifically wanted to guard against ad hoc programs meant to supplement existing immigration programs. Regardless of the plain language as it currently stands, parole has become a favorite tool of the administration. While first used as an alternative to detention, parole programs have subsequently played a large role in artificially decreasing border numbers. The expanded categorical parole programs for nationals of Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Haiti are wholly unlawful. While certainly the previous administration utilized programs, the number of parolees were a small fraction compared to what we have seen on a monthly basis over the past 2.5 years. I would be remiss if I did not mention the department's regulatory agenda, which seeks to upend the credible fear process in the name of orderly processing. Starting with the presumption that every economic migrant is entitled to protection, in 2022, DHS issued an interim final rule on credible fear screening. Under the new process, a positive credible fear determination by an asylum officer will lead to a non-adversarial asylum interview before another DHS asylum officer. This impermissibly changes the process and undermines congressional action by shifting adjudication authority from DOJ to DHS. Even more concerning, written summary of the original credible fear interview now doubles as an alien's asylum application, rendering moot the requirement that an alien file one at all. This shifts the burden to present and prepare a meritorious claim for protection. While this does not ensure an asylum grant, it certainly provides a path for fraud and renders certain anti-asylum fraud measures moot. A second final rule issued last month appears to be tough on illegal border crossers, making them ineligible for asylum. However, the number of exceptions and the easily rebuttable presumptions belie its stated purpose. This rule will have the opposite effect, as it will ultimately incentivize aliens to make the dangerous trek northward with families in tow. Mr. Chairman, we would not be sitting here today if the Secretary and the Department simply enforced the law as written. Instead, the Department has, in an effort to remove barriers and to create a subjectively orderly system, conflated law and policy and ensured that when the two were in conflict, that policy won the day. A return to the rule of law is the only cure at this point, and it is incumbent upon Congress to use its oversight and lawmaking authority to repair the damage done by the Department. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Edlow. I now recognize Mr. Scott for 5 minutes to summarize his opening statement.
Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, members of the committee, thank you for letting me testify here today. The career professionals at DHS, and specifically Customs and Border Protection and U.S. Border Patrol, deserve our praise and admiration. I am confident that they are doing everything they can every day to protect this country, despite this administration's efforts to undermine their efforts. The chaos at our southwest border and the consequences are a result of actions taken by the Biden administration. The perspectives that I provide are grounded in my professional experience, including my time as chief in the Biden administration. Decades of bipartisan border security improvements were erased on January 20th, 2021, when the Biden administration announced actions that were heard around the world as the U.S. borders are now open. As predicted, the most secure border the U.S. had ever enjoyed disintegrated into chaos. The Biden administration's claims that they inherited a border in shambles, that surges in illegal immigration like this are normal, or that allowing more illegal aliens to go through a port of entry is solving the problem, are not accurate. The crisis at our border is still raging. Don't get lulled into believing that 3,500 arrests a day should be cheered just because it is lower than the 11,000 a day we saw a few weeks ago. The Border Patrol remains overwhelmed. The cartels continue to control who and what is entering the United States. Migrants are still being exploited, and children are still being trafficked. CBP has recorded over 6 million encounters and over 1.4 million known gotaways. That's under the Biden administration. But numbers fail to convey the severity of the national security consequences. Some consequences are easier to measure than others before a bomb goes off. The 1.4 million known gotaways are a measurable consequence of agents being overwhelmed. But consider that hundreds of miles of border lack any persistent surveillance. And when construction of the border wall system was terminated, the associated technology was also terminated. Every minute that agents are not patrolling the U.S. border increases the probability of more unknown gotaways. Most illicit narcotics, including the fentanyl that is readily available in your hometown, originated outside of the United States. Every agent and officer taken away from inspection and patrol duties decreases our nation's ability to interdict these poisons before they can hurt your family, your friends, and your neighbors. Leaving hundreds of miles of border unmanned and unpatrolled is like leaving the doors of your home open when you go on vacation. You can replace things that get stolen, but the real threat is the unknown person hiding in your home when you return. Verifying any unknown person's identity or their story requires a face-to-face conversation. How many human trafficking incidents went undetected because our law enforcement personnel today are being instructed to process aliens like a fast food drive-through? How do we quantify the intelligence collection opportunities that were lost? Additionally, when CBP officers are redirected to conduct immigration processing, legal trade and travel suffers. This further disrupts our supply chain, increases the cost of imported goods, and more. As Chief of the United States Border Patrol, my staff and I engaged and advised the Biden transition teams well before inauguration. The administration's laser focus on expediting processing and increasing opportunities for migrants to enter the U.S. never wavered. Advice from career professionals was ignored. Policies were implemented that resulted in thousands of aliens being released into the U.S. Illegal immigration intensified, overwhelmed Border Patrol, and effectively transferred control of our southwest border directly to the Mexican drug cartels. This is a national security threat. Cartels use illegal aliens to overwhelm law enforcement, creating controllable gaps in border security. These gaps are exploited to smuggle anything they want into the United States.
To think that terrorist networks and hostile nations are not exploiting this vulnerability is naive. I'm not here testifying about policy differences. Policy is how you carry out your duties under the law. The Secretary of Homeland Security has a legal duty to prevent the illegal entry of aliens and to secure our border. Even if success is unattainable, he still needs to try. Instead, Secretary Mayorkas has chosen to expend department resources to provide care for aliens that enter the U.S. illegally. As detailed in my written testimony, I believe the Secretary is derelict in his duties to secure the border, and I also believe that the Secretary has likely violated the Impoundment Control Act. Secretary Mayorkas is great at invoking understandable compassion for the plight of the migrants, and I too acknowledge our humanitarian responsibilities. But as Secretary of the United States Department of Homeland Security and the overseer of billions of tax dollars that are appropriated to protect America, if you look at that, this administration is clearly not doing their job.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I now recognize Ms. Acer for 5 minutes to summarize her opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Green, Ranking Member Thompson, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. Over the last few years, Human Rights First has documented the horrific harms inflicted on people due to the Remain in Mexico and Title 42 policies. I personally witnessed the first days of the implementation of Remain in Mexico from Tijuana under the Trump administration, and the final days of the Title 42 policy from Matamoros and Reynosa last month. My testimony focuses on a few key areas. First, our laws and treaties rightly allow people seeking protection from persecution to seek asylum, and asylum is both morally just and politically popular. Second, not only did Trump administration policies like Remain in Mexico and Title 42 evade and violate refugee law, but they spurred chaos and inflicted massive human suffering. Third, the Biden administration should swiftly end its asylum ban, which endangers the lives of refugees and is inconsistent with the law, as were the Trump administration's bans on asylum. Fourth, as Human Rights First's experts on extremism and anti-Semitism have detailed, rhetoric painting migrants and asylum seekers as threats or invaders fuels white supremacist conspiracy theories and violence. It must be countered. Finally, Congress and the Biden administration should work together to implement effective strategies and provide the necessary resources to address challenges at the border and properly staff safe, effective, fair asylum adjudications. The crisis we're facing is a humanitarian one, and it's global. In my written testimony, I outlined the ways in which human rights situations have deteriorated in countries in the Americas, including Cuba, Guatemala, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, pushing people to flee in search of protection, safety, and stability. The reality is that the vast majority of the world's refugees are hosted by other countries, and here in the Americas, other countries are hosting refugees as well. 6 million of the 7 million Venezuelans who have fled are hosted in countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The United States is more than capable of humanely receiving and fairly processing the claims of people seeking refuge here. Under the Trump administration, Human Rights First tracked 1,544 reports of kidnappings, murder, torture, rape, and other violent attacks against people returned to Mexico under MPP. And during the court-ordered re-implementation of MPP in 2022, asylum seekers continued to be targeted. MPP hearings remained a due process farce. Many asylum seekers were abducted while traveling through border regions to attend hearings or directly outside U.S. ports of entry before or after their hearings. MPP also wasted government resources. DHS's analysis concluded it diverted resources from other migration priorities. In June 2020, the Supreme Court confirmed the DHS secretary had authority to end the policy. Asylum seekers and migrants returned to Mexico under Title 42 similarly suffered kidnappings, rapes, and other attacks. The Trump administration returned well-known political activists from Nicaragua directly back to their country of persecution. Human Rights First has tracked over 13,480 reports of kidnappings, torture, and other attacks against asylum seekers and migrants during the Biden administration. Moreover, far from being an effective border management tool, the policy actually spurred increased crossings between ports of entry, inflated border apprehension statistics, and exacerbated cartel violence. Ending Title 42 does not mean that the U.S. border is open. It means U.S. immigration and refugee law can no longer be evaded by specious invocation of public health authority. The Biden administration has taken important steps towards expanding refugee resettlement from the Americas and some regular pathways to the U.S. through parole. As outlined in my testimony, the Department of Homeland Security has authority, legal authority, to parole individuals into the country and legal authority to release people from detention. The use of these legal authorities do not mean the border is open. In conclusion, the Biden administration and Congress should work together to uphold refugee law at U.S. borders. Maximizing asylum at ports of entry after years of blockage is essential to end the counterproductive consequences of Trump policies that restricted and blocked access to asylum at ports of entry and pushed populations to cross between. We should enhance support for refugee hosting capacities in other countries, support for strong asylum systems and reception capacities, ramp up, speed up, and strengthen regional resettlement, improve parole and other safe migration policies, implement humanitarian rather than punitive approaches to refugee protection, and take other steps that I've outlined in detail in my testimony. We also need to press the Biden administration to end its asylum ban and to stop subjecting asylum seekers to fast-track processing in CBP custody, as the Trump administration did. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, and I now recognize myself for questions. I want to talk about this claim that there's been a 70% decrease, since Title 42 went away. And it looks like they're counting the encounters at 3,500 compared to the peak of 11,000, the actual record number, which happened right before that. But what they're not counting, it's very interesting, I don't know any of the witnesses that can confirm this, but that we're not counting the CBP-1 app appointments, as I understand it. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the numbers that are being cited by the department are Border Patrol numbers. Those are encounters between ports of entry. So they talk about, I believe, a 70% decrease. What they're not telling you, they're actually capturing the number, but they're not including it in their press release, is the number from OFO, which is the Office of Field Operations. They're at a port of entry, are the number of inadmissibles that are showing up at ports of entry. And what's happening is they're being shifted between the ports of entry to the ports of entry.
It's a shell game, basically. We're taking the numbers out of these and we're not reporting them over here, and we're allowing for appointments to be made through CBP-1 app, and then saying that that's a lawful mechanism of entry. Mr. Edlow, is that in congruence with the law? Is that a lawful entry just because you fill out an app online?
No, it's not.
So it's a violation of the law.
It's a violation, and frankly, if somebody comes to the port of entry, has no documentation to get in, there is a lawful mechanism for them to claim credible fear and to move through that process, but to just allow them to come in, to parole them, not on a case-by-case basis, I might add, but as a group, is not within the confines of the law.
It's against the laws passed by the United States Congress. Okay, so again, kind of digging into this a little further, this group of, and I think the amount of the appointments are about 1,500 or so a day. Add that to the 3,500, add that to the number that don't schedule an appointment and come through, that we don't know that number because they're not reporting that number. Has there really been an appreciable decrease, in your opinions, since Title 42 went away?
I do not believe that there has been a decrease in the numbers. It is a shell game. And the other thing I want to point out too is it's very selective about what day they choose to compare the numbers to. You need to look at a little broader amount of time. The border for my entire career was systematically getting more and more controlled, and we are actually driving those numbers down. You have to look at it longer, not just one day in time.
Mr. Wolf, on May 10th, reporter and immigration analyst Todd Benzman reported ahead of the expiration of Title 42 that Mexican immigration officials were informing him that they were coordinating with DHS personnel on the other side of the border to move illegal aliens from the Mexico side of the Rio Grande to the American side. In other words, they were helping aliens illegally cross into the United States. This would violate, as I understand it, Section 274 of the INA, which prohibits aiding and abetting illegal immigration or helping someone enter the country. In your opinion, would such an intentional coordination on a high-profile stage have been conducted without the approval or foreknowledge of the Secretary of Homeland Security?
No, you would need to have approval up and down the chain of command.
So basically, again, violating the laws of the United States, you think that authority, I mean, the Border Patrol guys would never do that without the authority of the Secretary. Is that what you're saying?
It's hard for me to say whether the chief of the Border Patrol was aware, or whether that made it all the way to the Secretary or not. I'm not there, so I can't testify to that.
I can't imagine they'd willfully break the law without the Secretary giving them approval, but that we'll dig further into that later. The interim final rule that came out, Mr. Edlow, can you discuss a little bit about how this basically upends the entire intent of the laws of Congress from the INA?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. When the Homeland Security Act was signed and enacted in 2002, 2003, most powers that had been exercised by the former INS were moved over to the new DHS, specifically with asylum to USCIS, where asylum officers were conducting interviews. However, after a credible fear interview, the way it always had worked was that the alien would then go before the immigration judge. That powers were never transferred as part of the Homeland Security Act. This rule does shift that authority from DOJ to DHS having a second bite at the apple to have
Speed people into the country, basically, not have to go through the immigration judge process.
But not only that, sir, but the fact that they do not require a new asylum application really does limit the ability for anyone to assess whether there's a valid claim or not.
My time has expired. I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Asa, Republicans have constantly falsely accused Secretary Mayorkas of being derelict in his duty to secure the border, even though, as I said in my opening statement, border encounters have dropped sharply since the Biden administration terminated Title 42 last month. Republicans don't like the Biden administration is returning to a more orderly, humane border and immigration policy after the cruelty and dysfunction of the Trump administration. And they can't stand that these policies have been effective. So we are seeing this political theater play out with the Republican leadership trying desperately to appease its members. My Republican colleagues seem to be particularly upset about the Biden administration allowing people to present themselves at port of entry to seek asylum as provided under the law, just as every other administration had prior to this one. Actually, there seems to be some revisionist history going on because even President Trump's Secretary of Homeland Security, Kirstjen Nielsen, Mr. Wolf's former boss, acknowledged, in fact, encouraged migrants to come to ports of entry for processing, saying, and I quote, "So if a migrant comes to a port of entry, they haven't broken any laws." This is exactly why we tried to encourage the migrants to go to a port of entry. The Biden administration is being sued to force it to do more to restore access to asylum after the last administrations effectively cut it off. Now, Ms. Asa, since you are an immigration attorney with vast experience and expertise in this field, I want to talk with you and set the record straight. Claiming asylum at a port of entry is lawful, correct?
Absolutely.
Claiming asylum after being encountered by Border Patrol is lawful too, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Paroling migrants is lawful and within the authority of the Secretary of Homeland Security, correct?
Yes, sir.
No administration has ever detained everyone encountered at the border, isn't that right?
That is right.
And that includes the Trump administration, correct?
Absolutely.
So Title 42 caused terrible harm to asylum seekers, which you saw firsthand on your visits to the border. Title 42 was also detrimental to border security. Isn't that right?
Absolutely.
Please explain that to the committee.
As I mentioned in my testimony, Title 42 encouraged repeat entries. It did not have immigration consequences. It also pushed populations that used to go and seek asylum at ports of entry to end up having to cross between ports of entry, because not just for weeks, but for months and months and years, there was no way to actually cross the border. The change in numbers we've seen, I believe, is a confirmation of what an absolute disaster Title 42 was from so many ways. Asylum seekers that we met at the border were trying to use the CBP One app. And how that works, for those of you who haven't seen it, is people provide information that the government receives and actually reviews in advance. One of our concerns about the CBP One app is that it could be used to actually meter and limit the number of asylum seekers allowed to legally seek asylum. In addition, I would say that, we're also concerned about asylum seekers who are trying to approach ports of entry who are not being allowed to do so now, either because of CBP or Mexican government authorities not letting them do so.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to include in the record a GAO decision that Mr. Wolf indeed served in that capacity of secretary illegally. I'd like to also include a review requested by the department and affirmed by GAO again that Mr. Wolf served in that capacity illegally. I'd also like to submit for the record a fellow judge in Maryland also ruled that Mr. Wolf was serving illegally in that position.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, I object.
We have an objection.
I object. I don't believe the ranking member was capable of presenting to this committee justification for claiming that Secretary Wolf served illegally. This is not a court of law, it's a committee in Congress. I object to the inclusion in the historical record.
Okay, I think we misunderstood the gentleman's motion. It was not objection to the insertion of the material into the record. It was, I think, just a statement of opinion about. And so ordered. The GAO reports are entered into the record. I now recognize Mr. McCall from Texas, Chairman McCall from Texas, for his 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I served as chairman of this committee for 3 terms now, the Foreign Affairs Committee, and Mr. Edlow, good to see you. We worked together on these issues, and Secretary Wolf, Mr. Scott, great state of Texas. And I was a federal prosecutor charged with prosecutions at the border. Political asylum is always the magnet, and it has been abused by the cartels for many years. 85% of these claims are not legit, only 15% are. It's very simple. When they're allowed to enter the United States, because we don't have detention space, they are released. into our society. They're given a notice to appear, and they disappear. And I've seen this for 20 years in Congress. In fact, my first bill was to end catch and release, and here we are today with the same program. The Trump administration, through Secretary Wolf, Mr. Edlow, implemented what I thought was a very effective plan called the Migrant Protection Protocols, remain in Mexico. Because they had to remain in Mexico pending their adjudication. If it was legitimate, they were allowed in. If not, they were not allowed into the country. And it brought the numbers down dramatically. So what happened with the Biden administration gets into power? Nearly on day one, Secretary Mayorkas rescinds the order, rescinds migrant protection protocols, remain in Mexico. And what has happened since then? Nearly 100,000 young people died in this country due to fentanyls. Enough has been seized to kill billions of people, 5 million encounters, nearly 100 on the terror watch list, which used to frighten me as chairman of this committee when I would hear of anybody on the terrorist watch list getting into the United States of America. There was a court order to force the administration to re-implement MPP. That court order, in my view, has not been fully complied with by this administration. To make things worse, they took the vetting process away from sponsors of these aliens. What has that turned into? Children going to houses, 20, 30 of them, under one sponsor, not vetted, turns into a human trafficking enterprise, a criminal enterprise. Young girls being sex trafficked and young men going to MS-13 as they try to pay back the cartels. Cartels now are in operation control. When I was down at the border after the rescission of MPP, I asked the Chief of Border Patrol, Mr. Ortiz, is there a direct cause and effect between the rescission of this program and what we're seeing at the border, totally out of chaos? He told me the answer was yes. And every Border Patrol officer will tell you that because they live it. In my state, Mr. Scott, as you know, has spent $4.5 billion just this session to deal with this problem, a federal responsibility. So my question is, do you believe, Mr. Wolf, Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow, that Secretary Mayorkas is responsible for the consequences that followed of the rescission of MPP? And do you believe he is complicit with the consequences of what has happened to this country?
So the answer to that is a resounding yes. Obviously, the Secretary ended MPP, Migrant Protection Protocols, so he's responsible for the actions that follow that. And I would just say, look, at the end of the day, it's okay to claim asylum. What's not okay is to simply be released into the country. Or it's not okay to say that there's an immense amount of fraud in the asylum system. DHS knows that. They have the numbers. We all use the numbers that come from DHS, but they simply put blinders on and say, we're okay with that amount of fraud. It's okay for the American people. That's why we implemented MPP, and we did a number of other things. They're not doing any of that now. So all of the folks that are claiming asylum at ports of entry, again, are being released into American communities. That's not okay.
I agree. Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow.
I agree fully, and I want to point out, MPP made sure people got due process, but they did not get what they want. Most of these people, from my experience, don't really care about asylum. They don't really care about the legal documentation or process. They want to be released into the United States. Once that was taken away, the flow immediately decreased because they couldn't commit fraud. Everybody knew that. This administration got rid of that program intentionally. They're responsible for the results.
Mr. Edlow.
I also agree, and there's plenty I could say about MPP in terms of where it comes from, in terms of the INA, but I will just say this. When the court initially told the secretary to reinstitute MPP, there was an attempt to do that, a half-hearted attempt to do that, but in the press release that did that, it also made it clear that the secretary had every intention to fight that decision from the court and to take measures to end MPP in other ways. So it was really never an actual attempt to reinstate it.
The gentleman's time has expired. I recognize Mr. Correa of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Submitting for the record, without objection, the press release mentioned by Chairman Green I may, where it says that there were 1,070 non-citizens processed on an average per day via the CBP One app. Like to submit this for record, sir? Without objection. Ms. Acer, does that sound like hiding the data?
No, it's not hiding the data.
I want to show you a quote by Secretary Nielsen, if I may. So we prefer, Mr. Wolf, we prefer people showing up at ports of entry as opposed to between ports of entry? Yes, no?
Absolutely, and I would
Thank
say
you
that that
very-
is accurate. What I would say is that the migrants
you,
are not
thank
breaking
you.
the law.
Thank you very much.
DHS is breaking the law with the parole
You got other
program.
people you can address here. I just have 3 minutes left. Ms. Acer, is it legal to come to ports of entry?
Absolutely.
I want to show you a couple of pictures here of the refugee challenge we have in the Western Hemisphere. Tell you, the U.S. is not number one. You've got other countries that have it even worse than we do right now, trying to address this human challenge the world is facing. I'm going to show you also a picture of the Darien Gap and a young girl who's separated from her mother. She's not coming to Disneyland. She's trying to survive. Ms. Acer, let me ask you, did Secretary Mayorkas create the COVID-19 pandemic?
No, sir.
Is he responsible for the unprecedented violence, gang violence, extortions, assaults in Central America?
No, sir.
How about for the ongoing crisis in Haiti?
No.
The economic instability in Venezuela?
No.
Human rights violations in Cuba?
Absolutely not.
Responsible for repression, poverty in Nicaragua?
No.
Instability in Peru?
Nope.
Central American economic crisis?
No, sir.
China's economic challenges?
Absolutely not.
Russian-Ukrainian war and the ensuing refugees from Ukraine and Russia?
No, sir.
African economic instability and food shortages?
No.
America's stunning economic growth, strongest in the world?
No.
Probably not. America's low unemployment rate?
No.
America's insatiable demand for workers, with or without documents?
No.
Responsible for the private sector, farmers, ranchers, hiring of undocumented workers?
No, sir.
Let's just clarify, Ms. Acer. Is asylum legal?
Yes.
Is approaching our ports of entry and asking for asylum, is that legal?
Absolutely.
Is that legal under international law?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. I just want to add, the majority party here voted to end the COVID-19 healthcare emergency. And in doing so, you voted to lift Title 42. What was left, Secretary Mayorkas has managed. He enlisted the help of our neighbors. No other time in the history of the U.S. and Mexico have we had such a great working relationship with Mexico and the others through Central and South America on the issue of the refugee crisis. So to say that Secretary Mayorkas has been derelict of his duty is misleading the American people and presenting misleading facts. Ms. Acer, is Mr. Mayorkas lying to the American people?
No, sir, I don't believe, to my knowledge, though I do disagree with him on his asylum ban. I think he is absolutely wrong.
I would probably disagree with him on that as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I
Will the gentleman yield? Mr. Correa?
I yield, of course. My
A
30
few seconds. I just want to point out, Mr. Wolf, and all of our witnesses here, you may have a difference of opinion as to how the United States should process our asylum applicants. But the notion that that difference of a policy opinion would be the basis for a quote-unquote case closed that Secretary Mayorkas is violating his duty is preposterous, and it is not any basis for impeachment.
The
I
gentleman's
yield
time
back.
has expired. I now recognize Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for his 5 minutes questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Americans watching this are listening to the commentary. You'd have to be living under a rock in America to not recognize the disintegration of our sovereignty at the southern border over the last 2 years. Got 6 million illegals processed in some manner into our country, 1.5 million known criminal runner gotaways, and the border law enforcement is so overwhelmed, estimates easily state that number is doubled of unknown and uncounted criminal runner gotaways. All told, you're talking about 9 million people rolling into our country since President Biden was inaugurated. Secretary Mayorkas' failure is difficult to calculate the impact upon our country, our entire country. Generational trauma the man has brought upon our country. My colleagues across the aisle this is your Baghdad Bob moment, when you witness clearly what the truth is, what everyone across the country recognizes as the disintegration of our southern border and horrific impact upon our country, and yet you drone on and on about how great things are. Blame everything on Trump. Good Lord, for years. And yes, the ranking member has a right to introduce a government study to the record, but the insinuation was that former Secretary Wolf served illegally. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to respond to that. Mr. Wolf, I know you very well. Did you serve honorably and legally as Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, sir?
I believe I did. I was asked to serve as that acting secretary by the president. I took my oath seriously. I'm very proud of the way that I led the department. Lawyers can argue over the order of succession about the acting secretary before me, but I think what's clear is simply being confirmed doesn't make you capable of doing the job.
Thank you for your response, sir, and I apologize on behalf of the committee for that insinuation. I think it was ugly, it was tainted by agenda, and over the course of the next several months, perhaps they can develop a new script than just attacking the Trump administration, because we're going to expose what has happened to our country over the last 2 years. Mr. Scott, would you explain to the committee in America how Secretary Mayorkas has intentionally shifted migrant numbers through the CBP-1 app to promote the appearance of decreasing illegal crossings?
As we discussed earlier, the numbers that are being reported publicly they're selective. They've been focusing on the southwest border only, and we need to focus on total encounters, or what OFO calls as inadmissibles. If you go onto cbp.gov, their website, it's a nightmare, but you can slowly sort some of this stuff out.
Yes, sir. So to focus on the CBP-1 app, is it true that there's virtually no parameters disqualifying an applicant from applying for parole through the CBP-1 app?
That is my understanding.
That's my understanding as well. Mr. Wolf, in your opinion, sir, is the increased use of the CBP-1 app for parole application consistent with the app's original purpose?
No, not the original purpose.
Would you clarify that for America, please?
Again, it was for forwarders, it was for industry on how to facilitate that trade across the border. It was for boating licenses.
It was for legal commerce, to speed legal commerce through ports of entry, and yet now it's being used for undocumented, legally identified as inadmissible illegal migrants coming through our ports of entry, using the CBP-1 app, and they're granted parole. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding of how it's currently being utilized.
And how would that be? Would you clarify how that's in violation of the law?
Well, again, that's not how the CBP-1 app was originally. And again, it's not how you allow individuals to come in. Paroling them in There's so many different exemptions of using that CBP-1 app. If you can't access it, they allow you into the country. And so it's just it's another smoke and mirrors of how to bring in individuals, again, that have no legal right to be into the country, whether you parole them in or put them into the asylum system. The end result is all the same. So we can talk about the different ways. The end result is that they are released into American communities, and that is what's fueling this crisis.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired. I yield.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for his 5 minutes question from Rhode Island, by the way.
I have to say, I am getting sick and tired of House Republicans politicizing the Department of Homeland Security. There are common sense bipartisan actions that this committee could be taking up to improve security along the southern border. But instead of advancing smart policies to keep Americans safe, the Republicans have resorted to the type of political theater and Biden bashing that the American people are sick of. We know there are challenges at the border because poverty and political instability are causing millions of people to flee their home countries. But the notion that President Biden or Secretary Mayorkas are guilty of, quote, dereliction of duty are absurd. President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas have been proactive in taking steps to protect our homeland. Here are the facts. April 27th, 2021, just 2 months after taking office, Secretary Mayorkas launched Operation Sentinel to combat criminal organizations smuggling migrants across the border. June 7th, 2021, Secretary Mayorkas launched Joint Task Force Alpha to crack down on trafficking groups in Mexico and the Northern Triangle countries of Guatemala, El Salvador, and Honduras. November 2021, President Biden's infrastructure bill delivered $430 million to Customs and Border Protection above previously budgeted levels for enhanced security at points of entry. Nearly every House Republican voted no. December 15th, 2021, President Biden signed Executive Order 14060, establishing the U.S. Council on Transnational Organized Crime with a focus on enhancing operational and intelligence capabilities to disrupt transnational crime organizations. In 2022, the Biden administration and congressional Democrats passed a Homeland Security funding measure that added 300 Border Patrol agents and 125 CBP officers. Every House Republican voted no because it had Joe Biden's name on it. In 2023, Secretary Mayorkas launched Operation Blue Lotus and Operation Four Horsemen to disrupt narcotics trafficking at and between points of entry. April 2023, the Biden Justice Department unsealed charges against 28 leaders of the Sinaloa cartel engaged in drug trafficking and other crimes. The list goes on and on. This is just a sample of the actions that the administration has taken to improve security on the border. But of course, you do not hear House Republicans talking about any of this because it doesn't fit their narrative. The only dereliction of duty here is House Republicans wasting time on political games instead of focusing on the real problems that we need to tackle to protect the homeland. Let's look again at the record. House Republicans introduced a measure to impeach Secretary Mayorkas 2 years ago when he had only been in office for 6 months. Politics. A leader of this committee in a closed-door fundraiser months ago announced that Republicans were going to impeach the secretary and said, quote, get the popcorn, it's going to be fun.
The gentleman yield, that's not what I said. So I want to correct the record. I never used the word impeachment. And I'm tired of this continual narrative falsely quoting me. I won't allow it, Mr. Magaziner.
Listen.
Continue your testimony.
I'll continue. Listen, another member of this committee, Ms. Green, just a few days ago, told the press that she voted on the debt ceiling bill only in exchange for a, quote, beautiful dessert, which is impeachment. So this has always been about politics and political games, and the most important fact is this. Since the expiration of President Trump's Title 42 policy, illegal border crossings are down 70%, and even when you include CBP-1 app appointments, which are legal, they're still down more than 60% since the expiration of Title 42. So there are a lot of things that we could be doing. Instead, we're wasting our time on theater. Now, Mr. Wolf, during your time running the Department of Homeland Security, were you ever impeached?
No.
No. During your time working at DHS and the Trump administration, did you prevent all unlawful entries into the United States?
We worked every day to do that.
But did you prevent all unlawful entries, yes or no?
No.
Okay, well, I'm confused, because I read Mr. Higgins' articles of impeachment that he filed a few days ago, and in short, they say that Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached because he failed to maintain operational control at the border, defined as the prevention of all illegal entries into the United States. So I don't understand, why didn't we impeach the DHS director under the Trump administration or any prior administration if that's the standard that warrants impeachment? Political theater, that's why. That's all this is, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize Mr. Bishop from North Carolina.
I thank the chairman, and I think this is interesting, and it begins to ferret out what really is the key issue that this Congress needs to focus on in regards to the matter that's being testified to. And I appreciate the witnesses who are here. You're professional and dispassionate. I think almost no one is brazen enough anymore to deny that there's a border crisis created by the Biden administration, Secretary Mayorkas. Border Chief Ortiz admitted such on the way out the door. FEMA announced yesterday the distribution of more than $290 million in congressional funding to communities receiving migrants. You don't deploy FEMA resources when there isn't a crisis. But the issue here, and I agree, it shouldn't be political theater. It's not about policy differences, can't be. The issue here is vindicating the rule of law and the constitutional role and lawmaking power of Congress. Many claim the Trump indictment is about the rule of law. The ranking member says appropriately policy differences are of a different dimension, and I agree with that. And the appropriate response for Congress is different in each case. I don't even think, with all respect to the chairman, that our focus can be exactly on dereliction in the full sense articulated, because dereliction is willful or negligent. And what we need to focus on here is whether this is not a case of negligence. If it were, the implications would be different. The remedy would be different. Incompetence in administering a federal agency is maladministration, and the recourse falls to the people alone. But intentional sabotage of the rule of law is something entirely different. It is an affront to the separation of powers, to the institutional authority of the Congress under the Constitution, and it invites another remedy, and that is impeachment. Secretary Wolf, the ranking member, attacked actions by the Trump administration, but your statement, really elegant, 10 pages, covers a lot of ground. I urge people to look at it carefully. You point out that you were attacked for by the ranking member, these were exercises of authority specifically granted to Congress. Take migrant protection protocols, remain in Mexico. You cite 235B2C of the INA. In the case of an alien described in subparagraph A, that's somebody who would have right otherwise to asylum, claim of asylum, who is arriving on land from a foreign territory contiguous to the United States, the Attorney General may return that alien to that territory pending a proceeding under Section 1229A of this title. So that's exactly what you did. Whether somebody said you did it in the exact way or if you want to challenge how something, you were exercising an authority. Same thing with safe third country agreements under Section 208A2A, and I won't read all that. But here's what you point out, the violations of law, several of these found by federal district judges at this point in time, by the catch and release, ignores the mandate to detain or make them wait, an asylum applicant wait in Mexico. That's been judged by Judge Wetherill in Florida to be unlawful. The use of notices, what are they called, NTRs, Mr. Wolf?
Notices to report.
Notices to report. So you don't even have any formal commencement of removal proceedings, which a notice to appear would be, setting a date, even though you never get to them. They don't even do it. They just let them go with NTRs. The exercise of authority to adjudicate asylum by DHS officials, maybe Mr. Edlow, you may have pointed this out in your testimony instead of in the Department of Justice where that power is reserved. An interior non-enforcement policy, Mr. Wolf, you pointed out the 100-day deportation freeze. Judge Tipton said that was illegal. Subsequent enforcement priorities established that exempt 99% from the threat of deportation. Secretary Mayorkas declaring that illegal presence alone is not grounds for removal. More than 1 million in the country subject to final removal orders, and they said they're not going to remove them. So I'm just going to leave my last minute to you, Mr. Wolf, but I see what we're talking about is intentional sabotage of the rule of law as set by Congress, and that's a different ballgame.
It is different. It's not just about whether or not illegal aliens can claim asylum, as was talked about here earlier. As you indicated, at least in my written testimony, there's 7 different instances where I believe the law is not being faithfully executed, to include the categorical parole, which was the last one there.
And I didn't get to that.
Which is at ports of entry, which is at the heart of all of this. You know, to have asylum needs to be an urgent humanitarian benefit or advantageous somehow to the United States. Simply paroling up to 360,000 individuals, which is what they are on track to do per year, violates the letter of the law. It's very clear.
Final point here is that it does fall to Congress, as well as these judges, fall to Congress through the impeachment power to decide whether the law has been intentionally flouted. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Swalwell from California.
I've heard the phrase rule of law and accusations that the Biden administration is sabotaging the rule of law. And the title of this hearing is Secretary Mayorkas's dereliction of duty on the border crisis. But I think in contrast to that, it's very interesting to me that the chief witness that the majority has called here, Mr. Wolf, was found on November 14, 2020 by a federal judge to, quote, not lawfully be serving as acting secretary. Not lawfully serving as acting secretary. So a lot of considerations and concerns from my colleague across the aisle about the rule of law, but the witness that they called served unlawfully is the acting secretary of Homeland Security, where an accusation of dereliction of duty is being made today. In addition to that, again, it's interesting that this is the chief witness that they've called today, because on September 17, 2020, the unlawfully serving acting secretary, Mr. Wolf, failed to honor his congressional subpoena. Didn't show up, skipped the hearing. So you have someone who's acting unlawfully and somebody who skips a congressional subpoena, and we're going to be lectured by the majority about a dereliction of duty of the current lawfully serving, Senate-confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security. I think that's interesting and an important perspective that we should have as we consider what's going on at our southern border. Ms. Acer, I want to speak with you just about what is going on at the southern border. And if you were to think about the migrants who are fleeing the northern triangle, who leave everything they know, their family, their livelihood, their culture, their homes, their community, their churches, and take the journey to America, do you believe that if we were to find a way as a global alliance, public-private partnerships, to help invest in those countries in their economic security and their physical security, and stand up and support a rule of law and go after corruption, that would reduce the number of people who came to the United States?
Absolutely. I mean, the reason that people are coming here to seek protection is because they're not being protected at home by their countries. There's a lot more that the United States can do to increase respect for human rights and to otherwise assist in making sure that conditions allow people who can stay safely in their home countries to do so.
And I understand, the counter to that will be, well, why would we invest money there if we have needs here? And there's no doubt we have needs here. But if we're going to be spending the money anyway, either enforcement of the border or taking care of people who come here, to me it just seems like a better holistic investment to try and work private sector, public sector, nonprofit, NGOs in those countries to stand up, as I said, economic and physical security. Also wanted to ask, what effect do you think it has, Ms. Acer, when my colleagues across the aisle and Republicans say that we have open borders? And in fact, the title of the hearing today is Open Borders, Closed Case. Do you think if you are south of our border and you're looking for somewhere to go to keep your family safe and to find some livelihood, if you hear people falsely declaring that the border's open, do do you think that makes you more or less likely to try and go to the United States because you think the border's open?
I don't know how much migrants actually listen to, to these hearings, but you're right in that I've heard Mexican officials say they wished that U.S. politicians would actually stop saying that the border was open because they thought that was really sending the wrong message. And sometimes disinformation and inaccurate information does get into Facebook groups that many migrants do follow.
Thank you, Ms. Acer. And I think the lesson here is that this issue is complicated. It involves human beings who are leaving everything. We've got our own struggles in the United States and clearly cannot take on a consistent flow from the southern border. But it needs solutions, not theater. And I'm afraid that my colleagues are interested in the crisis, but they're not interested in the solutions. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez from Florida for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Acer, you were quoted in the Baptist News Global referring to the end of Title 42, and you said that the dangers facing asylum seekers are more acute than they were years ago when the Trump administration started these policies, and these policies have contributed to a worsening of the conditions that face migrants and people seeking asylum. Did you make that statement?
I don't remember my exact words, but I probably did.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wolf, I believe, like my colleagues, that I don't believe that Mr. Mayorkas is incompetent. I think that he is derelict in his duty because I think everything that he's done is actually done on purpose. Do you share that view?
I do. This is by design.
Right. And so when, I've been an administrator, and when I've made mistakes and I listen to my folks and say, hey, why didn't that go the way that I wanted it to, I would listen and say and kind of change things. But Mr. Mayorkas kind of doubles down. And so when, in the first days of the Biden administration, a bunch of policies that the Trump administration had put in place in order to secure the border were overturned, and then things started to go south in a really big way. Do you know firsthand if people in the border, that Customs Border Patrol agents actually advised Mr. Mayorkas that, hey, you need to reverse these policies to stop this, this tidal wave that's coming into the United States?
Again, I wasn't there. It's my understanding that they did. Chief Scott was there in the Border Patrol advising the Biden administration, so I'm sure he can answer.
Well, Mr. Scott, can you answer that question?
Yeah, he was informed verbally, he was informed in writing. I think it's important for everybody to understand everything fundamentally changed. When I worked for Secretary Wolf, we had team meetings. We were asked for our input. We were told over your career what works and what doesn't work. On January 20th, 2021, that all got shut off. DHS, the Secretary even went to the step of shutting down the integrated teams of career professionals that were brought into DHS ops to provide guidance. Our input was no longer solicited, and when my team and I gave it unsolicited, we were basically put in a box. They did not want to know what we had to say. They made it very clear, expedite processing and find new ways to let migrants into the U.S. That was the only agenda.
Exactly, which is on purpose, really circumventing U.S. law.
100% on purpose, scripted out, and the Secretary is not incompetent.
No, I know he's not incompetent. He's derelict, without a doubt. Mr. Wolf, back to you. When you had the Remain in Mexico policy, and people were told to remain in Mexico, and then they had their asylum hearings, what percentage of those that were seeking asylum were actually granted asylum?
Again, it would have been under that about 10 to 15%. The number that grant asylum has been holding for years now. About 80 to 85% do not qualify, and about 10 to 15% do qualify, and we saw that again under MPP as well.
All right, so those are the people that actually qualify to get into the United States, are granted, paroled into the United States, given some kind of legal status in the United States because they actually have a valid asylum claim. Now, when you get rid of that, and then you allow them to come into the United States, and then you don't, well, the law also says that if you're seeking your asylum, you're supposed to be detained until your hearing, correct?
Correct.
That's not happening right now, is it?
It is not.
Okay, so now you've got all the people who are coming into the United States, they're actually being granted, entry into the United States, so you're actually increasing the number of migrants entering the United States illegally because they don't really have a valid asylum claim, by about 80%. Would you agree with that number?
That sounds about right.
Okay, and so we don't even know where they are. We don't know where some of them are being tracked, some of them are not being tracked. We don't know where 85,000 children are at this point. I consider that to be a dereliction of duty. Children, 85,000, we don't know where they are. Did that ever happen under the Trump administration?
85,000? No, absolutely not. Again, you have an unaccompanied alien child crisis at the moment, 380,000. And so when if you happen to go to the baseball game tonight, that fills National Stadium almost 9 times. That's how many children that have come across that border that have no parent, have no guardian, that have been smuggled by these Mexican cartels at the behest, sometimes of their parents, because they know that if they get across that border, they will remain here in the United States. And it is a terrible journey. You are subjecting them to just horrific conditions, and it needs to end.
And the Democrats dare to call what happened during the Trump administration inhumane. My time is up. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Goldman of New York.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our witnesses were asked whether what Secretary Mayorkas has done is intentional. Obviously, it's intentional. He's not doing things unintentionally. And he has testified before us, and he has acknowledged repeatedly that we are dealing with a very difficult situation at the border. I want to focus on, go back to what my colleague, Mr. Swalwell, was focusing on, which is my friend, Mr. Bishop's quote that there is an intentional sabotage of the rule of law. Now, we've heard a couple times today that the GAO and a federal court found that Mr. Wolf was acting unlawfully. To my understanding, that would be a violation of the rule of law. But let's focus a little bit on some policies and some efforts. Mr. Jimenez mentioned that there are children who cannot be found, which brings up, of course, the Trump administration family separation policy. Mr. Wolf, when you were the chief of staff to the Secretary of Homeland Security, isn't it true that you supported the family separation policy?
I was at the department from 2017 to the end of the administration.
Well, did you not, according to an Inspector General's report, urge the counselor to the Attorney General to implement the family separation policy, to increase prosecution of family unit parents and separate family units?
No, I don't believe. No. That's
Okay, well, I want to introduce into the record this Inspector General's report on family separation, which includes an email by you to Gene Hamilton, the counselor to the Attorney General.
So that email had a number of options
hold on.
for consideration. There was no direction. There was no direct take.
So you're saying right here, right now, that you did not support the family separation policy.
That was not
Is
your
that your
question.
testimony?
That was not your question.
I'm asking it right now. Is that your testimony?
We implemented a number of policies in the administration. I agreed with President Trump when he ended zero tolerance in June, I believe, of 2018.
Did you
Absolutely.
support the family separation policy?
Again,
As
we
the
had
chief
no
of
we
staff?
had no family separation policy at the department.
Really? The department did not?
No, I'm happy to go through this.
All right,
the Attorney General
let's talk
announced
about
a
this.
zero tolerance policy that the
Let's
department
talk about
then
this.
implemented.
One sec. Let's talk about this, because the facts are that more than 5,000 children were forcibly separated from their parents at the border. And the reason is because the Department of Justice, for the first time, used Title VIII, United States Code, Section 1325, which makes it a misdemeanor offense to charge anyone crossing without without papers, etc. That had never been used before, because the only point of that is to put parents who are charged with that in jail where they cannot actually be with their families. Now, a federal court in 2018 ended the family separation policy, which this court determined that there was, because the government's policy quote, shocks the conscience, unquote, and violates the constitutional right to family integrity. There are still children who were separated at the border from their parents who have not been found because this zero-tolerance policy, which ultimately ended up separating parents and children, did not create any mechanism to account for that separation in order to track the children. Now, that clearly, as a judge said, was a violation of the rule of law, an intentional sabotage of the rule of law. Let me go quickly to another one. According to a whistleblower complaint by the former head of the department's intelligence branch, Mr. Wolf ordered him to withhold an intelligence notification on Russian activities because it, quote, made the president look bad. The Inspector General, the Office of Inspector General investigated it and found that the department did not adequately follow its internal processes and policy standards when editing and disseminating an intelligence product regarding Russian interference with the 2020 presidential election. And the acting secretary, Mr. Wolf, participated in that review process. Mr. Chairman, I know my time is up. I'd like to introduce for the record that Inspector General's report, which my staff will give. And I would like to note that before we start attacking this intentional sabotage of the rule of law, we ought to look in our own glass house. And I yield.
Without objection, so ordered. I recognize Mr. Pfluger from Texas for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How rich was that? Mr. Wolf, how many apprehensions occurred in the Trump years combined? I mean, just round numbers.
All 4 years?
Yeah.
I don't have a number for you. The chief may.
Chief?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, to be honest, but it was less than $1 million a year, and some years less than 500,000.
Okay. How many since Biden has taken over?
You have to define whether they're arrests or
Apprehensions,
encounters, but about apprehensions would technically include encounters that are over 6 million.
Okay. Known gotaways?
Known
that's been
gotaways
reported.
over 1.5 million, plus or minus. That's only the known.
Okay. Known or suspected terrorists?
There's been about 200. I think there's 98 this year. And
Okay.
again, those are just the ones that are known.
200 since January 2021. And Mr. Wolf, you guys reported known or suspected terrorists. Actually, it took us 6 months to get Mayorkas and the president to actually report known or suspected terrorists. What's the combined approximate total in the Trump years of known or suspected?
I believe it was 11.
11. How rich is that discussion that we just heard about looking in a glass house? You know what the political theater here is? Over 5 million apprehensions at our southern border, over 200 known or suspected terrorists, over 1.5 million known gotaways. I have constituents who are currently sitting in this committee hearing right now that live in West Texas. And these folks are dealing with the unfunded mandate that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are calling political theater. You're saying that 53 people that died in a tractor trailer south of San Antonio last summer is political theater? Give me a break. This is insane that we continue to look at this administration anything less than a complete abysmal failure. Mr. Wolf, it looks like you might have a reply or something that was from the previous question.
Well, I would just say that the previous question from the congressman was probably false on all fronts. I think it's a naive view of the situation that occurred in 2018. Children are separated from adults who may or may not be their parents. Perhaps they're their parents that are abusing them. This happens every day along the border. You need to visit the border. You need to talk to Border Patrol to actually understand the border. This happens every day in the Biden administration. This happens in the Trump administration, Obama, and it goes on and on and on. I'm sure the chief can tell you more about that. But this idea that it only started in 3 weeks in 2018, it's a false narrative.
Well, isn't it true that the Obama administration actually started family separation in all practicality? Mr. Scott, you served for 4 different presidents, both sides of the aisle.
Yeah, correct. I'm really offended by not by you, but the statement family separation. DHS, United States Border Patrol, under various different administrations, prosecute people for committing crimes. And we prosecute more people for committing crimes of the percentage of the total population as the numbers go down. Over years, we found out consequences slow down the flow of illegal immigration. A consequence is a prosecution. That's what we were doing in the field. That happened way before the Trump administration. Some of you may be familiar with Operation Streamline. The Border Patrol reported on it all the time, and that was misdemeanor prosecution of illegal entry, and it has a direct result in improved border security. The track record's there, multiple administrations.
Mr. Scott, when did you serve the Biden administration? What months or years?
For the Biden administration, from the day of inauguration until August 14th, 2021,
Okay, so for approximately 8 months.
plus or minus.
Was Secretary Mayorkas briefed on policy failures? Were there recommendations that were made to Secretary Mayorkas and President Biden from Border Patrol, from ICE, from Customs, from any of our DHS leaders?
I personally participated in numerous conference calls. The secretary insulated himself a lot, but he had representatives on those calls, and occasionally he was in those calls himself. And yes, it was very clear. But the administration made it very clear deterrence was no longer our mission, and we weren't even allowed to talk about it. The minute you talked about trying to slow down the flow or putting any kind of a deterrent mechanism in place, we were immediately stymied.
So this is a willful and complicit decision to turn away from the policies from 2017 to 2020 and go a different direction, which have resulted in the numbers that I previously said. And they've been advised, and there have been recommendations made by yourself and others that they have completely ignored.
Absolutely, and they're just carrying out their game plan that they said in the campaign.
This is complete dereliction of duty. I thank you, gentlemen, for your service to this country, Mr. Chairman. The dereliction that we see from Secretary Mayorkas is unprecedented, and it has resulted in so many assaults, deaths, and drugs and chaos in this country. Thank you for holding this hearing. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Ivey from Maryland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. I wanted to say that I was, when I arrived on the Hill this morning, I was surprised to find out